Chapter 792. In a picturesque landscape, the world energy here was extremely rich. Around these mountains, there were many exquisite and powerful barriers, isolating this territory from the outside world. Nine Heavens' Holy Land. An ancient force that had existed since ancient times, passed down from generation to generation, its strength was quite extraordinary. Even when considering the entire world, it was second to none. However, as soon as Yang Kai arrived here, he felt a sad and solemn atmosphere, probably because the old Holy Master had fallen and the new Holy Master had yet to succeed him. Nine Heavens' Holy Land, like Soaring Heaven Sect, was also surrounded by mountains, but unlike Soaring Heaven Sect's 100-peak array, Nine Heavens' Holy Land only had 9 peaks. Although the number was relatively small, the arrangement of these 9 peaks was in accordance with the heavenly way. The spirit array arranged with these 9 peaks as the foundation was no worse than Soaring Heaven Sect's 100-peak array, perhaps even better. Whether it was its defensive strength or the speed at which it gathered world energy, it was not inferior to the 100-peak array. Surrounded by these 9 peaks, beautiful palaces were arranged in a picturesque, disorderly manner, where thousands of disciples lived. The entire Nine Heavens' Holy Land was like a paradise, but it was also bustling with life. Su Hui and the others returned to the Holy Land with Yang Kai and Ling Er, but for some unknown reason, they did not return quietly, instead choosing to make a grand entrance to a magnificent palace at the center of the Holy Land. Along both sides of the road, from time to time, some Holy Land disciples would gather and respectfully salute Su Hui and the others. After seeing Ling Er, all of them called out the name of the saintess, regardless of whether they were men or women, old or young, their faces filled with worship and fanaticism. As the only outsider here, Yang Kai was obviously the focus of attention. At such a young age, Great Elder Su Hui and the others were so respectful towards him, making it easy for others to guess what was going on. Whispers constantly came from both sides as the disciples of Nine Heavens' Holy Land quietly pointed towards Yang Kai, speculating whether he was the next Holy Master that the saintess had found, each of their faces filled with curiosity and excitement. It seemed that as long as Yang Kai succeeded the position of Holy Master, Nine Heavens' Holy Land would be saved. Some of the more astute ones had already determined this matter, and all of them bowed respectfully to Yang Kai. Yang Kai was as calm as ever, his expression unchanged. Su Hui and the others were secretly amazed, their evaluation of Yang Kai rising again. Although Yang Kai was from Soaring Heaven Sect, in the end, he was still quite young. Su Hui had deliberately led him down this path in order to let him experience the prosperity of the Holy Land and the strength of its disciples in advance, allowing him to gain some understanding of the Holy Land. However, even in the face of such a grand battle, Yang Kai didn't show the slightest trace of fear or panic, instead remaining calm and composed, as if he had experienced a great storm, causing Su Hui and the others to be somewhat impressed. The temperament of this future Holy Lord seemed to be extraordinary. Su Hui and the others all exchanged glances, feeling more and more that this person should succeed the position of Holy Master. Along the way, it was lively. In front of a palace made of gold and stone, the ground was cut flat. The palace was majestic, and there were many stone pillars in front of it. The stone pillars were carved with dragons and phoenixes, and all kinds of vivid and lifelike images. Arriving here, Su Hui turned around and gently waved his hand. The onlooking Holy Land disciples gradually dispersed, but everyone's hearts were filled with doubts and curiosity, wondering what Yang Kai's origins were and whether he could succeed the position of Holy Master and save the Holy Land from its current predicament. "Little brother, please." Su Hui bowed respectfully. Yang Kai sighed helplessly and frowned. "Senior, I just came to visit your Holy Land as a guest. Is there any need to be so formal?" Hearing this, Su Hui understood that Yang Kai was still rejecting the Holy Land in them, chuckling lightly and nodding. "What little brother says is right. Let's go in together." And after entering the palace, under Su Hui's arrangement, everyone took a seat, and a short time later, a banquet was set up. From the looks of it, Su Hui and the others were preparing a welcoming dinner for Yang Kai. At the banquet, Yang Kai didn't show too much impatience, simply taking things as they came, exchanging toasts with Su Hui and the others. Yang Kai found that as long as this old man didn't mention anything about the Holy Land's holy master, he was quite easy to get along with. His strength was profound, his seniority wasn't low, but he was still approachable. However, Yang Kai guessed that this had something to do with Su Hui's intentions. If it had been any other young man who came here, Su Hui wouldn't have been so patient. When the wine reached its climax, a group of young girls were called in. Music was played in unison as they sang and danced. Each of these young girls was a heavenly beauty, and although their clothes were thin, they weren't revealing at all. What's more, each of them had a graceful figure and a unique temperament, dazzling anyone who saw them. Yang Kai enjoyed this scene with great interest, his eyes clear, without the slightest trace of obscenity. Enlinger, who was sitting at the head of the table, saw this and smiled with satisfaction. After some excitement, the banquet ended and Su Hui and the others also bid Yang Kai farewell. None of them mentioned anything that would displease Yang Kai, the maidservant leading the way for Yang Kai to rest. In a huge room, the curtains were hung high and the floor was covered with a velvet carpet. The walls were decorated with strange stones used for lighting, so that the light in the room was neither dim nor bright. There was an incense burner in the middle of the room, lit with high-grade spices, making people feel relaxed and happy. Does young lord wish to take a bath? There is a bath in the side room. Warm water has already been prepared, the maidservant asked softly. Yang Kai glanced over at her, slowly shook his head, and waved her away. The maidservant was also well-behaved, gracefully bowing before withdrawing. Yang Kai waited in the room for a moment before walking over to the door and opening it, turning to Enlinger, who was standing outside hesitantly and asking, "Come in. What are you standing here for?" Enlinger lowered her head and walked into the room. Come, let me talk to you." Yang Kai didn't allow her to explain, directly grabbing hold of Enlinger's hand and dragging her towards the bed. Enlinger's face blushed slightly, but she didn't resist, allowing Yang Kai to drag her along. A moment later, she sat down on the edge of the bed, looking a little nervous. Yang Kai sat down cross-legged on the bed and stared at her with a wry smile. "Su Hui arranged for your Holy Land's disciples to surround me while also having those dancers seduce me. It seems he doesn't have any good intentions. He just wants you to inherit the position of Holy Master. How could he be so insidious? On top of that, they aren't just dancers. They are all outstanding disciples of my Holy Land who have undergone a strict selection process. Only when the most distinguished guests arrive will they appear to perform a dance." And pursed her red lips and stared at him with some resentment. "Do you not want to be Holy Master?" "Not at all." Yang Kai shook his head, frowning for a moment before asking, "Tell me the truth. Is what Su Hui said before true?" "What? After you chose me, you can't choose anyone else." Enlinger gently nodded. "Your Holy Land is really strange. No matter what, I am still an outsider. Holy Master is such an important position. Why don't you choose from within?" Enlinger smiled lightly. "This has been the rule since ancient times. Presumably you've heard that every Holy Master of our Holy Land is brought back by the saintesses." "I've heard of it before. It's basically like this, but there's only one exception. I remember that it was recorded in the ancient records that about 900 years ago, the Holy Lord of that generation was originally a disciple of the Holy Land, and the Holy Maidens all had a reaction to him, so that disciple became the Holy Lord of that generation, but since then, such a situation has never happened again. If only the Holy Land's disciples could become Holy Master, we wouldn't have to go through so much trouble to find them, Shaolian and the others wouldn't have." Saying so, her expression became sad and her eyes became red. "My condolences." Yang Kai didn't know how to comfort her. Enlinger wiped the corners of her eyes and took a deep breath to calm herself down. After hesitating for a moment, she said, "If you insist on not becoming the Holy Master, I'll help you talk to the Great Elder and see if they can make an exception." "Don't say anything, it's useless." Yang Kai shook his head. "Since Su Hui and the others have already decided that I am the only candidate, it doesn't matter who tries to persuade them." "Then what about you?" "It's difficult." Yang Kai sighed. Although Su Hui and the others didn't dare to do anything to him, their resolute determination gave Yang Kai a headache. If it weren't for the short lifespan of 9 Heavens Holy Land's Holy Master, Yang Kai wouldn't mind becoming the next Holy Master. After becoming Holy Master, he could deal with that old dog Su Hui and vent his hatred. However, due to the drawbacks, Yang Kai had no choice but to stay away from the position of Holy Master. Enling also looked a little embarrassed, her brow furrowing as she softly said, "In any case, you should stay here for now. Saintess Nin may be outside, so it's not safe for you to go out. Wait a few days and see how things go." That's all I can do." Yang Kai nodded. "Right? I'll have to trouble you to pass a message to Soaring Heaven's sect for me. Tell them I'm fine and that they don't need to worry." "Rest assured, I'll deliver your message," and Ling nodded. "Many thanks. No need to be so polite." And Ling smiled, her mood seemingly improving as she got up and said, "Then you rest. I'll go back first. If you need anything, just tell me. I'll have Su Hui and the others arrange it for you." After Enlinger left, Yang Kai's expression became dignified as he quietly released his divine sense to investigate his surroundings. Unsurprisingly, there were many masters arranged around the palace, all of them quietly lying in wait, likely monitoring Yang Kai's every move. Yang Kai sneered lightly but didn't care, knowing that this was all arranged by Su Hui. However, he didn't have any plans to leave 9 Heavens Holy Land right now. As Enlinger said, Saintess Nan may be waiting outside. Once he left the 9 Peaks barrier, he would be walking right into a trap. Before he had a practical way to get rid of Saintess Nan, Yang Kai didn't want to act rashly. 9 Heavens Holy Land's people didn't have any malicious intentions towards him. They just wanted him to become the next Holy Master. As long as he stubbornly refused, they wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Kai decided to consolidate his recently broken through cultivation. Making up his mind, Yang Kai's mood became much better. Chapter 793. Using his divine sense to penetrate every inch of his skin, Yang Kai began examining the changes in his physique's yuan qi. After breaking through to the second-order transcendent realm, Yang Kai felt that the density and purity of his yuan qi had improved significantly. Moreover, his physical body had also become much stronger in those battles of life and death. Yang Kai's spiritual energy had also improved greatly. Under the constant nourishment of the 6-colored soul-warming lotus, this breakthrough had allowed Yang Kai's soul cultivation to experience a gratifying growth. Yang Kai felt that his current spiritual energy should not be inferior to a first-order saint in a head-on clash. Coupled with the tyrannical and mysterious power of his conflagrated knowledge C, if an ordinary first-order saint really chose to fight him in this manner, they would likely suffer a great loss. Yang Kai also had the Soul Battle Hall, an artifact that could forcibly drag his enemy's soul avatar into his space and engage in a divine sense battle. All of these factors had greatly increased Yang Kai's confidence. The misfortunes and setbacks he had encountered over the past year had all turned into motivation and opportunities for him to become stronger. Any expert would only be able to gain insights and experience in life and death battles that they would not normally be able to obtain. It was only when they were on the brink of death that they would be able to clearly understand some things that they would not normally be able to understand. It could be said that every successful cultivator had experienced life or death situations and possessed a spirit that did not fear death, allowing them to become stronger and stronger in the face of adversity. This kind of heaven's favored child who grew up in a greenhouse would be fine if their path to maturity was smooth sailing, but if they encountered even the slightest setback, they would be unable to recover and would eventually die young, fading out of sight. Yang Kai belonged to the former. Since he began cultivating, his path had been full of thorns and thorns. Along the way, he had cut his way through countless obstacles, wandering between life and death countless times, allowing him to possess a cultivation that far surpassed that of his peers. Everything he had now could be said to have been achieved by Yang Kai step by step. It was not luck, nor was it a coincidence. Realizing all of this, Yang Kai's state of mind gradually underwent some subtle changes, becoming more confident, feeling that as long as he was given time, he would be able to stand at the peak of the martial Tao and overlook all living beings. Restraining his excitement, Yang Kai continued to examine his body. He was surprised and pleasantly surprised. The amount of golden blood flowing through his body seemed to have increased significantly. Li Rong and Han Fei had both said that once the blood flowing through one's body completely turned gold, it was equivalent to having the blood of the demon god, giving one the same level of power as the great demon god. The great demonic god was only a legend. At that time, he was recognized as the #1 expert in the world by all three races. During his time, no one dared to challenge his prestige. The golden demon god's blood had endless uses. Because of the demon god's blood in his body, Yang Kai's body was so strong and his recovery ability was so abnormal. It was hard for Kai Yang to imagine how strong his body would become when all the blood in his body turned golden. The ancient demon clan's physique was extremely tough. It was also because of the demon god's bloodline. Compared to them, he was undoubtedly more orthodox, pure. Immersing his consciousness into the black book space and communicating with the divine tree, Yang Kai's body began circulating its own secret art and began cultivating. As Yang Kai grew, the divine tree also continued to evolve and grow. With Yang Kai's permission, the divine tree would absorb a drop of myriad drug liquid every day. With this assistance, its consciousness seemed to have become much clearer and its IQ also increased. Now, not only could it clearly communicate with Yang Kai, it would even take the initiative to ask him some questions. Yang Kai was like a child, answering its questions wholeheartedly. Time passed quickly, and more than 2 months had passed since Yang Kai arrived at Nine Heavens Holy Land. After such a long time, Yang Kai gradually became accustomed to Nine Heavens Holy Land. Besides not being able to leave easily, the treatment he received here was quite good. Great Elder Su Hui and the other elders seemed to receive him with the highest standard, not only providing him with a large number of pills for cultivation, but also sending several young and beautiful maidservants to take care of him. They even gave Yang Kai many of Nine Heavens Holy Land's martial skills and secret arts for his reference. Yang Kai didn't refuse anyone, and besides the maidservants he didn't touch, everyone else was treated well, immersing himself in cultivation all day long, rapidly consolidating his second-order transcendent cultivation. Su Hui and the other elders also came to visit Yang Kai from time to time, chatting with him about daily life, never mentioning the matter of succeeding the position of Holy Master. Occasionally, when they had some free time, Su Hui and the other elders would take Yang Kai out to tour the Holy Land's 9 peaks, showing him the beauty and depth of the Holy Land. It was obvious that they were hoping to impress Yang Kai in this way, so he would take the initiative to accept this position. Unfortunately, after 2 months, nothing had happened, causing Su Hui and the other elders to become anxious and gradually lose their patience. At the top of one of the 9 peaks, inside a magnificent building, the Holy Land's elders and protectors had gathered, headed by Su Hui, and were discussing something. The entire Nine Heavens Holy Land originally had a powerful lineup. The old Holy Master was a peak third-order saint while Saintess, Nan and Su Hui were both second-order saints. As for the remaining elders and protectors, Yuing, Luo Sheng, Shikuan, Meng Tianfei, and Cheng Yutong were all first-order saints, of which Yuing and Cheng Yutong were both women. For a great force to have so many Saint Realm Masters was extremely rare even when considering the entire world. Great Elder, what is the attitude of the future Holy Master? Yu Ying was a beautiful middle-aged woman. She wore a bright red dress that vividly outlined her plump and mature body. Her skin was sparkling and translucent, and her bearing was outstanding and elegant. She had a pair of watery, almond-shaped eyes that glistened as she lightly opened her red lips and asked. Hearing her question, everyone cast concerned glances towards Su Hui. Su Hui frowned and sighed. He's still the same, refusing to budge. Although I have deliberately not mentioned this matter during this time, I can feel that he has no intention of becoming the Holy Master. This little brat is quite interesting. Luo Sheng wore a look of amazement as he muttered. Who in this world doesn't want to become the sect master of our Nine Heavens Holy Land, reaching the heavens in a single bound? Why is he acting so indifferent when it comes to us? It's almost as if we're forcing him to do so. Pay attention to your words. That's the future Holy Master, not some little brat. Cheng Yutong, who was wearing a white dress and giving off a cold aura, shot Luo Sheng a glare, causing the latter to smile awkwardly before glancing over at Great Elder Su Hui. Seeing that he didn't show any signs of anger, Luo Sheng felt relieved. But it really is strange, Cheng Yutong frowned slightly. Could it be that he doesn't like my holy land? How could that be? Shi Kuan snorted. Although my holy land's old holy master has fallen, it is still a great force second to none. Whether in terms of fame or strength, it is still superior to his soaring heaven sect, so how could he not be interested in it? That's possible. Su Hui suddenly said, during this time, I led him to tour the 9 peaks and showed him the Holy Land's heritage. Although I heard him praise me a lot, I didn't feel as shocked as I imagined. It's as if in his eyes, all of this is nothing more than a passing cloud. Ah, this little brat, ahem. Is the future Holy Master really like this? Luo Sheng was extremely surprised. Great Elder, do you know what he likes? We can cater to his interests, Meng Fei suggested. Meng Tianfei suggested, the Holy Land can't be without a leader. It's been almost a year since the previous Holy Master passed away. It's fine if the future Holy Master hasn't been found, but now that he's already in the Holy Land, the disciples are also discussing all day long why the succession ceremony hasn't been held yet. If this continues, the disciples won't have the heart to cultivate, which isn't a good thing. And Ewing also nodded. If we know what he likes, we can keep him here. At the very least, we need to make him feel a sense of belonging to the Holy Land. Only then can we ensure the Holy Land's prosperity be guaranteed. He should like strength. Su Hui's eyes flashed a light. After observing him for a while, I found that his pursuit of strength is the only constant. Besides that, everything else seems to be just a distraction to him. Even the few maidservants I arranged for him to stay with him, he hasn't even glanced at them. Is there a man in this world who doesn't like beautiful women? Luo Sheng's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, a look of disbelief filling his face. Do you think everyone is like you, lustful? Ewing coldly snorted, showing a displeased expression. Luo Sheng suddenly felt awkward. Could it be that he likes Her Highness the Saintess? That's why he's behaving like this? Cheng Yutong suddenly thought of a possibility. In front of the woman they admired, no man dared to show his naughty side, often deliberately showing off his heroic side in order to attract their attention. If it was because of Saintess and Linger, Yang Kai acting like this wasn't unusual. Everyone present was experienced and had a deep understanding of this. Hearing this, they nodded their heads continuously. Su Hui smiled bitterly. That's not the case. It's the exact opposite. It's as if Her Highness the Saintess has fallen in love with him, but he only treats her as a friend. Poor Linger. Ewing and Cheng Yutong couldn't help feeling a little distressed. They had both watched Linger grow up, so naturally they had some feelings for her. The future Holy Master is not an ordinary person. Su Hui suddenly sighed. I've never seen such a young second-order transcendent. Have any of you? Everyone shook their heads. Soaring Heaven Sect, an incredible character has appeared, but what makes me feel strange is that I've never heard anything about him before. Such a young hero should already be famous throughout the world, yet he has remained completely unknown. It's really strange. Moreover, he was able to escape from Demon General Shueli's clutches with the Saintess. I can't even begin to imagine how he did it. He even managed to escape from Saintess Nan's clutches. Chapter 794. As they spoke, everyone suddenly quieted down, their hearts filled with shock. Before Yang Kai spoke, no one had realized it, but now that they thought about it, everyone felt it was inconceivable. A second-order transcendent repeatedly escaping from death was either heaven-defying luck or astonishing means. Everyone was more convinced of the latter possibility, making it even harder for them to guess Yang Kai's depths. Before the Holy Master of Nine Heavens Holy Land inherited the position of Holy Master, there were many different kinds of people, some with high and some with low aptitude. Even if this generation's Saintess only found an immortal ascension boundary cultivator, they were confident they could cultivate him into a top master, not to mention that Yang Kai's aptitude and strength were hundreds of times better than they had expected. No matter what, we must let him inherit the position of Holy Master. Without the Holy Master's spirit ring, There are many places in my holy land that cannot be opened. This matter cannot be delayed. Su Hui suddenly said resolutely. But isn't he unwilling? Ying frowned, feeling a little embarrassed. Even if he isn't willing, he has to. We have so many Saint Realm masters. Do you think we can't do anything to him? Shirkuan said impatiently. Do you want to use force? Ying narrowed her eyes as she stared at Shirkuan coldly. That's what I meant. Su Hui took a deep breath. His attitude is already very firm. Waiting any longer will do us no good. Instead of waiting, we might as well take a gamble and send him into the holy tomb. As soon as these words came out, everyone's brow twitched, as if the holy tomb contained unparalleled dangers, causing all the Saint Realm masters present to feel extreme dread. What if he can't come out? Chung Yutong asked faintly. Ling Er is the only saintess left in this generation, and since she has already made a choice, it is impossible for her to find another candidate for us. If he can't come out, then my holy land can only seal itself. Wait for the next generation of saintesses to mature. The next generation of saintesses had not yet been selected, so it would take at least 20 years to cultivate them. 20 years might not seem long, but if the Holy Land did not have a Holy Master and could not obtain the Holy Master's spirit ring from the old Holy Master who entered the Holy Tomb, many places would be unable to function properly. In these 20 years, it was very likely that such a colossus would be dragged down. They couldn't afford to wait, so they hadn't dared to make any rash moves for the past 2 months. However, Yang Kai's attitude was so resolute. Su Hui had no choice but to carefully consider this matter. But he hasn't fully comprehended the 9 heavens' divine skills. How can he enter? It is said that the Holy Tomb is the place where the 9 heavens' divine skills were born. If he wants to enter, he must be proficient in them. He has already comprehended 3 moves, which is enough. This is for the sake of our holy land. Even if he is the future holy master, when it is time to make a sacrifice, we must make a sacrifice. Su Hui shouted. If he can come out smoothly, he will surely be very grateful for our decision today. That's right. Shirkuan and Ming Tianfei nodded in agreement. There had never been a holy master who didn't feel a sense of belonging to the Holy Land after coming out of the Holy Tomb. The Holy Lords who were brought back by the Saintess were able to contribute their entire lives to the Holy Land. He worked his heart out. His exhaustion was definitely related to the secrets in the Holy Mausoleum. Although no one knew what was hidden inside the Holy Tomb, all of them firmly believed in it. Ying and the middle-aged woman both glanced at each other, and although they were faintly worried, they didn't say anything more. The discussion came to an end. Everyone quickly took action to prepare for Yang Kai's entry into the Holy Tomb. The next day, Kai Yang, who was meditating in the palace, suddenly opened his eyes. In his perception, there was a strange feeling. He had sensed that Su Hui and the others had come again. Moreover, this time was somewhat different from the past. The people who had come weren't just the few he was familiar with, there were also a few he had never met before. Although these people were concealing themselves well, their breathing and aura revealed a solemn atmosphere, causing Yang Kai to become somewhat vigilant, wondering what they were planning. A moment later, there was a knock on the door. Yang Kai responded casually, and the door was pushed open, revealing Su Hui and the other elders and protectors. Yang Kai couldn't help raising his brow, faintly feeling that Su Hui probably had something to say to him. It was definitely related to the Holy Master, otherwise, he wouldn't have summoned all of the Holy Land's masters here. After exchanging some pleasantries, Su Hui introduced Yang Kai to each of the people he had never met before. Yang Kai nodded to these people in greeting. Great Elder, what brings you here today? Yang Kai's eyes flashed as he got straight to the point. I'd like to ask little brother to accompany us to a certain place. Su Hui smiled lightly and said, I seem to have visited all of the 9 peaks. Is there anywhere else I can go? There is. The Holy Land has many secrets that little brother usually doesn't know about. The place we're going to this time is one of them. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he faintly asked, since it's a secret, isn't it inappropriate to open it to outsiders? Little brother is not an outsider, and no one can enter that place except little brother. Su Hui said seriously. Oh? Yang Kai's brow rose slightly. No one can enter except for me? Isn't that a place only your holy master is eligible to enter? Haha, I can't refuse, can I? Su Hui's expression became slightly awkward as he cupped his fists and said, I hope little brother can forgive us and follow us. Yang Kai sneered as he swept his eyes over the Saint Realm Masters in front of him, secretly wondering what his chances of escaping were if he were to suddenly attack them, but soon he rejected such an idea. There were too many people here, each of them a Saint Realm Master. Yang Kai felt that even if he displayed his full strength, he wouldn't be able to escape from here. Considering all this, Yang Kai's expression relaxed as he shrugged his shoulders and said, Then, lead the way, I'll follow you. Hearing this, everyone's face lit up with joy, Su Hui even more so smiling as he quickly said, Please. He had thought that today there would be some unpleasantness between him and this future holy master, and had even made up his mind that if the other party really resisted, even if it meant offending him, he would bring him into the holy tomb. But he hadn't expected Kai Yang to be so flexible, saving him a lot of embarrassment. After all, this was the future holy master. If he were to make things difficult for him today, there was no guarantee he wouldn't make things difficult for him in the future. Leaving the palace, everyone gathered around Yang Kai and quickly flew towards a nearby mountain peak. These people seemed to be following him casually, but in fact, they had blocked all of Yang Kai's escape routes. Once Yang Kai showed any signs of discomfort, they could instantly take action to restrain him. Great Elder, can you tell me where we are going this time? Yang Kai asked on the way. Su Hui hesitated for a moment before replying, We are going to the Holy Tomb. Holy Tomb? Yang Kai was surprised. Why does it sound like a place where people are buried? Su Hui nodded. My Holy Land's previous holy masters, when they realized that they were nearing the end of their lives, would enter the holy tomb and wait for death to arrive. Therefore, that place is indeed a place where people are buried. It is the tomb of my Holy Land's previous holy masters. Isn't that place very dangerous? Yang Kai asked with a smile, seemingly just asking casually. For us, it is indeed very dangerous. Anyone who is not a holy master who enters that place will die, but for little brother, it is the final test. What do you mean? Su Hui hesitated for a moment. Yang Kai immediately said, If you can't say, don't say. I have no interest in other people's secrets, especially big ones. The more I know, the more dangerous it will be. Su Hui smiled awkwardly. It's not that I can't say, but since things have reached this point, this old master won't hide anything from you. Little brother only knows that the previous holy masters were all brought back by the saintesses, but what you may not know is that each time the saintesses brought back more than one person. Because my holy land has several saintesses each generation, each of them will find a suitable candidate for the position of holy master according to their own vision and secret art. Then bring them back to the holy land, and through the saintesses' indoctrination, they will comprehend the 9 heavens' divine skills and enter the holy tomb. The only one who can come out of the holy tomb alive is the true holy master candidate. Then I'm not very lucky. This time there's no one to compete with me. Yang Kai said sarcastically. Su Hui laughed dryly. You could say that. What's inside that place? Yang Kai asked coldly. This old master doesn't know. I only know that it is the burial place of all the previous holy masters. Other than that, I don't know anything else. Not only me, but even the protectors and elders also don't know anything about that place, because only those who have comprehended the 9 heavens' divine skills are eligible to enter. So, the 9 heavens' divine skills are the key to entering that place? Yang Kai asked thoughtfully. Probably, but what's certain is that it is not safe inside. Little brother, when you enter, you must be careful not to encounter any accidents. Chung Yutong suddenly added, although there are dangers, there are also great benefits. Benefits? Yang Kai glanced over at her and suddenly became interested. What kind of benefits? Tell me in detail. Chung Yutong smiled lightly. How would I know? It's just that the old holy master chose to cultivate there, and every time he came out, his strength would improve. On top of that, it is said that when the old holy master entered the holy tomb, he obtained a great deal of gains. That's right. The artifacts used by the old holy master were all taken from the holy tomb. Those were Saint-grade high-rank artifacts. There aren't many of them in this world. The artifacts used by each generation's holy master were not bad. All of them were buried in the holy tomb along with them. That will depend on little brother's opportunities. Perhaps you will be able to obtain a suitable artifact from there, Suhui said with a smile. Saint-grade high-rank artifacts? You should have said so earlier. If you had told me about these things earlier, I would have entered the holy tomb long ago. There would have been no need for you to use both hard and soft tactics. Yang Kai suddenly became excited. Everyone was stunned. I like to take risks the most. Yang Kai grinned, his face filled with an inexplicable light. The more dangerous a place is, the more I like to explore it, especially a place like the holy tomb where the dead are buried. Su Hui's face twitched, suddenly finding himself unable to see through Yang Kai. Chapter 795. At the foot of one of the 9 peaks, Su Hui and the others led Yang Kai to a stop. Looking around suspiciously, Kai Yang saw a huge blue stone in front of him. It looked as if it had been cut, flat and neat. The blue stone was covered with moss, and 2 majestic characters were engraved on it. Holy Tomb. This was obviously the entrance to the Holy Tomb. Yang Kai couldn't help narrowing his eyes. Although he couldn't see any clues, he could still faintly feel some hidden energy fluctuations coming from the blue stone in front of him. Su Hui stepped forward and formed a few mysterious seals, causing the blue stone to suddenly become blurry. A moment later, a hole appeared in the center of the blue stone. Yang Kai was slightly startled and quickly called out, "A void corridor." Su Hui gently nodded, "Yes, from here, you will arrive at the Holy Tomb, the burial place of all the previous holy masters. It is a mysterious small world independent of this world, and every holy master must pass the test here before inheriting the throne. Little brother, after you enter, you must be careful. In addition, no matter what, you must bring out the Holy Master Spirit Ring worn by the previous Holy Master. It is the key to my Holy Land's future. And, no matter what, you must come out alive." Yu Ying solemnly exhorted. "The future of the Holy Land is counting on you." Chung Yu Tong lightly pursed her thin lips. Everyone else also wore looks of expectation and worry as they stared towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai glanced over at them and grinned meaningfully. "I think you'd better pray that I don't come out." "Why is that?" Su Hui was puzzled. Yang Kai's eyes flashed like lightning as he stared at them coldly. "If I come out alive, I'll make you pay." Everyone was stunned, only now realizing that Yang Kai was still very disgusted with them for forcing him into the Holy Tomb. But before they could say anything, Yang Kai had already plunged into the void corridor. This future Holy Master, his tolerance isn't very good. Is he really going to settle accounts with us? Shikuan frowned. Su Hui's expression also fluctuated as he sighed. A young man's temperament is still not mature enough. In any case, it's the Great Elder's idea. I'm just here to make up the numbers. If the future Holy Master really blames me for this, I'll definitely be punished. Great Elder will take care of everything. Meng Tianfei had a gloating expression on his face. Everyone looked at him with disdain. Within the holy mausoleum, as soon as Yang Kai entered, the void corridor behind him closed. His surroundings were filled with green fluorescent light, as if he was in the mortal realm. A chilly wind blew past his ears, and he could vaguely hear the cries of ghosts and howls of wolves, which made him shudder. It wasn't very bright. He could barely see, and the heaven and earth energy in this place was unbelievably rich. It had almost condensed into snow-white clouds that were as thick as cotton wool. This mysterious small world was quite a magical place. Yang Kai had never seen a place with such rich world energy. It was almost comparable to the best earth veins. No wonder the old holy master of 9 heavens holy land chose to enter retreat here. With such rich world energy, there was no need to take any pills or use crystal stones. All one needed to do was open their bellies wide open and absorb it. This was indeed a cultivation treasure land, except for the somewhat gloomy atmosphere. While vigilantly observing his surroundings, Yang Kai couldn't help paling. In his perception, balls of extremely ferocious energy were suddenly born in all directions. This energy was rapidly rushing towards him. The birth of this energy was extremely strange. It was as if it had always been there. waiting for Yang Kai to arrive so it could attack. Before Yang Kai had time to react, these energy masses had surrounded him. Yang Kai quickly condensed his yuan qi, but soon, he discovered that something was wrong. This was because these balls of energy only surrounded him and didn't cause him any harm. Frowning, Yang Kai carefully examined these energy masses, and after a moment, he couldn't help feeling a little surprised. He found that there were a total of 9 energy masses, each of which contained a profound and mysterious aura, as if they were man-made, but also as if they were naturally formed by heaven and earth. Among these energy masses, there were 3 that Yang Kai was somewhat familiar with. Carefully releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai probed one of these energy masses and immediately found traces of the 9 heavens' divine skills. The profound heavenly sword. Yang Kai's expression changed as he faintly guessed what this energy mass was, tentatively probing the other energy masses, and sure enough, he found the imprisoning heaven lock and great heavenly attraction. These 3 divine skills were the ones Yang Kai had learned from Enlinger, but he had not expected to see them appear here. So, the 9 energy masses in front of him were the 9 moves of the 9 heavens' divine skills? Yang Kai frowned slightly as he speculated in his heart, almost certain that his guess was correct. That old man Su Hui had also said that if he wanted to enter the Holy Tomb, he had to learn the 9 heavens' divine skills because only by relying on them could he safely enter. These 9 energy masses in front of him should be obstacles that prevented him from moving forward. Without breaking through them, it would be impossible to enter the Holy Tomb. Yang Kai instantly understood the mysteries of this Holy Tomb, and after thinking about it, simply sat down cross-legged and stared at the energy masses in front of him that contained the profound heavenly sword intent. The 9 heavens' divine skills were very strange. They could be used as martial skills or soul skills by Yuan Qi. This was something that no martial scripture or secret skill could achieve. If he wanted to break through the obstacles in front of him, the only way was to display the 9 heavens' divine skills and break through the blockade of these energy masses. Yang Kai's spiritual energy burst out, and his invisible divine sense transformed into a giant sword that shot towards one of the energy masses. Soundless. Even Yang Kai's powerful divine sense attack was like a stone sinking into the sea, disappearing as soon as it entered the energy masses. Yang Kai frowned and used the profound heavenly sword a few more times, rushing towards the specific energy cluster, but there was no response each time. Yang Kai suddenly felt that things might not be as simple as he had thought. Carefully recalling what Su Hui and the others had said, as well as the various news he had received from 9 Heavens' Holy Land, Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he thought of a possibility. Could it be that he wasn't proficient enough in using the 9 Heavens' divine skills and hadn't grasped the mysteries behind them, so he was unable to break through the blockade of these energy masses? His 9 Heavens' divine skills had been learned from Enlinger, so to what extent she had comprehended them, he could only comprehend them to the same extent. Enlinger was still young, so it was natural that her comprehension of the 9 Heavens' divine skills was not deep enough. Yang Kai had seen Saintess Nan use the profound heavenly sword with his own eyes and knew that it was on a completely different level from his own. It was obvious that Saintess Nan's use of this divine skill had reached a high degree of proficiency. Moreover, before succeeding the position of Holy Master of 9 Heavens' Holy Land, they had to enter the Holy Tomb. The cultivation of these people was not necessarily as high as Yang Kai's, nor was their strength necessarily greater than Yang Kai's, but they had all passed the test of the Holy Tomb. From this, it could be seen that this difficulty had nothing to do with one's strength, only with one's comprehension of the 9 Heavens' divine skills. Considering all this, Yang Kai calmed down and no longer hurried to display his 9 Heavens' divine skills, instead immersing his consciousness into the energy masses that contained the profound heavenly sword, relaxing his body and carefully perceiving them. As time passed, Yang Kai's harvest was huge. His consciousness had seen the birth and display of the profound heavenly sword countless times, allowing him to gain a deeper understanding of its hidden mysteries. Soon, he had reached a level where he could completely memorize the profound heavenly sword and imprint it into the depths of his soul. When Yang Kai opened his eyes again, he found that the energy masses he had immersed his consciousness in had become traceable, allowing him to grasp their hidden mysteries and patterns. Pushing his spiritual energy once again, Yang Kai summoned the profound heavenly sword. This time, however, the purest form of the nine heavens' divine skills was several times more profound than what Enlinger had comprehended. With a cracking sound, the moment the energy masses were bombarded by Yang Kai's divine sense, they suddenly collapsed. A winding path appeared in front of Yang Kai, leading directly into the depths of the holy tomb. Yang Kai smiled lightly, instantly understanding what mysteries were hidden in the holy tomb. If someone who had not practiced the nine heavens' divine skills wanted to enter this place, they would likely be torn to shreds by the nine masses of energy, but those who had practiced them were different. As long as they could crack any one of them, they would be able to find a way out. Moreover, the more they cracked, the brighter and safer the way out would be. Su Hui was right. The nine heavens' divine skills were indeed the key to entering the holy tomb. Yang Kai didn't rush forward and instead turned his attention to another mass of energy. In any case, he had been forced into the holy tomb by Su Hui and the others. If he didn't fish for some benefits here, wouldn't he be letting himself down? The nine heavens' divine skills were exquisite and divine skill. Having seen Saintess Nin use them so many times, Yang Kai had long ago become envious. Now that such a great opportunity had appeared in front of him, Yang Kai wasn't willing to miss it. Not to mention, the more he cracked, the safer he would be inside. Making up his mind, Yang Kai immediately began to spy on the mysteries of the other two nine heavens' divine skills he had learned. 3 or 5 days later, the imprisoning heaven lock was cracked, and another 3 or 5 days later, the great heavenly attraction was cracked. From then on, Yang Kai's speed suddenly slowed down. He had learned the first 3 moves from Enlinger, so he was quite proficient in them, but as for the remaining 6 moves, he hadn't touched them at all, so he naturally had to start from scratch. Fortunately, the profound mysteries contained within these energies were enough for him to comprehend. There was no flowing time, Great Emperor, when it came to cultivation. Yang Kai was practicing the nine heavens' divine skills inside the holy tomb, so he was completely unaware of the passage of time. However, the elders and protectors waiting outside the holy tomb felt as if every day was like a year. A few days after Yang Kai entered, everyone was still waiting expectantly, hoping that he would suddenly emerge from the holy tomb, bring back the Holy Master's spirit ring, and inherit the Holy Master's legacy. 10 days later, everyone began to worry. Although they didn't say anything, everyone was guessing that Yang Kai had encountered some kind of difficulty inside. A month later, the atmosphere became solemn. 2 months later, everyone's expression became gloomy, and from time to time, sighs could be heard. 3 months, for months. The number of elders and protectors who remained here grew fewer and fewer, and everyone seemed to feel that it was impossible for Yang Kai to appear again. Chapter 796. Every Holy Land's Holy Master entering the Holy Tomb to undergo the test was a major event, so there were many historical records about it. Su Hui and the other elders naturally knew how long it would take. The fastest one to safely exit the Holy Tomb took 15 days, while the slowest one only took 2 months. However, it had been 4 months since Yang Kai entered the Holy Tomb, and there was still no sign of him, causing Su Hui and the other elders to wonder if Yang Kai had really died inside. All the elders and protectors sighed, none of them having the patience to continue waiting. They all held important positions and had trivial matters to attend to every day, so how could they continue to wait here? Even Su Hui, who was in charge of this matter, left after 4 months. Only Enlinger continued to wait outside the Holy Tomb. 3 days after Yang Kai entered the Holy Tomb, Enlinger learned of this matter and immediately rushed over, complaining to Su Hui and the other elders, but was powerless to stop what had already happened. During these 4 months, she had been waiting, but even though she had been anxiously waiting, Yang Kai had yet to appear. On this day, Yu Ying and the other beautiful women came together. From afar, they saw Enlinger standing outside the Holy Tomb. They glanced at each other and sighed in sorrow. "That girl is still waiting here," Yu Ying sighed softly. "Weren't we too impatient? Not only did we ruin the Holy Land's future hope, we also ruined a young man's beautiful future." Chang Yutong's pretty face also flashed a trace of guilt and sadness. "What's the point of saying all this now? When the great elders suggested it, none of us objected. Everyone is responsible for this." Everyone is responsible. Ying slowly shook her head. Fortunately, the person this little girl sent to Soaring Heaven Sect was stopped by Great Elder. Otherwise, if Soaring Heaven Sect had known about this matter, they would never have let this matter rest. Such an outstanding young man, no matter which sect he joins, would be vigorously cultivated. Cheng Yutong also wore a look of fear. Nine Heaven's Holy Land was currently facing external and internal troubles. If they were to become enemies with Soaring Heaven Sect, they would likely have to seal off their 9 peaks and completely isolate themselves from the outside world. If that was the case, even the next generation scientists would not be able to participate. Did we overestimate him, or did he have bad luck? Ying sighed. In the past, when the Holy Masters chose to enter the Holy Tomb, the old Holy Master would give them a few pointers, but this time he is exploring alone. It must have been hard on him. Let's go and have a look, Cheng Yutong said and stepped forward. A moment later, the two of them arrived in front of the Holy Tomb. Ling turned her head upon hearing the commotion and nodded to them with a complicated expression as a greeting. In the past, Ling was the closest to these two female elders, but now her expression was somewhat cold. Clearly, she still cared about the fact that they had sent Yang Kai into the Holy Tomb. Looking at each other, Ying and Cheng Yutong didn't know how to comfort her and just stood there. Staring at the blue stone at the entrance of the Holy Mausoleum, he felt a little embarrassed. After a while, Ying said, "Linger, don't wait. He probably won't be able to get out." Linger slowly shook her head. "Listen to me, go back and rest. You've been waiting here for 4 months already." Cheng Yutong also tried to persuade him. "He will come out," and Linger suddenly said solemnly, her tone firm. Ying and Cheng Yutong were stunned and glanced at each other, the former forcing a smile. "How do you know? There has never been a Holy Master candidate who has been in the Holy Tomb for so long and still be safe." Linger's expression was proud. What others can't do doesn't necessarily mean he can't. You haven't seen his ability yet, so it's natural to think so. I think he will definitely come out. The two beautiful women's eyes lit up and tentatively asked, "What kind of ability does he have that can make you look at him so highly?" Although they felt that Yang Kai's aptitude was extraordinary and his strength wasn't bad, the two beautiful women had never seen Yang Kai fight before, so naturally they didn't know his depths. Linger was different. She had been with Yang Kai for a long time, so she should have some understanding of his background. Ying and Cheng Yutong were suddenly curious and wanted to ask her about it. "I'm not too sure, but he always surprises people. And he said, even if he doesn't enter my holy land, in less than 30 years, he will be able to reach the same level as the old Holy Master." "Same level as him?" Ying and Cheng Yutong both looked surprised and asked, "Wouldn't that be the peak of the Third Order Saint Realm?" And Linger nodded seriously. Ying smiled. Now that he's a Second Order Transcendent, wanting to break through to the Third Order Saint Realm in 30 years is probably impossible. There aren't many Third Order Saints in the entire world. Cheng Yutong also smiled, the two women obviously thinking that Yang Kai was just boasting. Both of them were experienced masters and knew how difficult it was to break through to the Transcendent Realm. The aptitude of these two women could be considered outstanding even in the entire world. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for them to reach the Saint Realm. Even if Yang Kai was more powerful than them, it was impossible for him to achieve such an impossible feat in today's world, which Third Order Saint Realm Master was not several hundred years old. Even if they looked young, in fact, each of them had experienced the passage of time under the flowing time Great Emperor, and had only reached their current achievements through the accumulation of time. Yang Kai looked to be only in his 20s, but saying he would reach this height in 30 years, didn't that mean he would be able to stand at the peak of this world in just 50 years? Reaching the Saint Realm at the age of 100 was already rare, so a Third Order Saint in his 50s was simply impossible. Young and frivolous. Ying and Cheng Yutong both pursed their lips and smiled, thinking that Yang Kai didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. "What are you laughing at?" Linger looked at them angrily. "If he says he can, then he definitely can. Just wait, in 30 years, he will definitely reach the Third Order Saint Realm. Let's talk about that after he leaves that place." Ying frowned slightly as she looked towards Linger worriedly, hesitating for a moment before asking, Ling, do you like him very much? Otherwise, why would you speak up for him like this? And Ling blushed, feeling somewhat embarrassed. It's not that I dislike him. After a while, and Ling whispered softly, I just feel very guilty for harming him because of me. If I hadn't allowed him to comprehend the 9 heavens' divine skills at that time, he wouldn't have suffered such misfortune and wouldn't have been forced into the holy tomb by you. He should have had a better future. This is our decision. It has nothing to do with you, Ewing sighed, taking responsibility for this matter. Two elders, can I discuss something with you? And Ling suddenly raised her head and asked solemnly, Speak. Ewing and Chung Yutong nodded lightly. If he can come out of the holy tomb, can you let him go? He really doesn't want to be bound here. And Ling smiled bitterly. Perhaps the position of Holy Land Master is an incomparably great temptation to anyone in this world, but to him, it is a kind of shackle. Binding him here is of no benefit to him. You don't want a holy lord who doesn't think about the Holy Land, right? Ewing and Cheng Yutong frowned slightly as they glanced at each other, neither of them willing to agree casually, suddenly feeling a little embarrassed. And Linger continued, Don't you think he won't come out? Then just pretend he's dead. The dead won't reveal the secrets of the Holy Land. So what's the point of agreeing to this? This will have to be discussed with Great Elder. Ewing smiled reluctantly. We can't make that decision. I can agree. A loud voice suddenly called out from the side, and with a flash of light, Great Elder Su Hui's figure appeared in front of the holy tomb. Great Elder, Ewing and Cheng Yutong quickly saluted. Su Hui nodded lightly and turned to Enling Your Highness Saintess, what you just said, I can agree. Really? Enling smiled happily. With Elder Yu and Elder Chung here as witnesses. Su Hui firmly nodded. Of course, the premise is that he can come out and is unwilling to become the Holy Master. He shouldn't be willing. That's not certain. Su Hui smiled mysteriously. Perhaps when he comes out, there will be no need for us to ask. He will ask to inherit the position of Holy Master himself. There has never been a Holy Master who entered the Holy Tomb and then came out without thinking about the Holy Land. Ewing and Chung Yutong's beautiful eyes lit up as they smiled. Although they didn't know what mysteries were hidden inside the Holy Tomb, in fact, as Great Elder said, every Holy Master who entered the Holy Tomb and then came out had already regarded it as their home and would devote themselves wholeheartedly to the Holy Land, even if they had a sect or family they couldn't part with. Great Elder also thinks he can come out? And Ling beautiful eyes brightened. I hope so. Su Hui slowly shook his head, but I don't see any hope. Just wait, he will surprise all of you. And Ling gently clenched her fists. The three of them stared at her in a daze, none of them knowing where her confidence came from, thinking that Yang Kai, who had been in the Holy Tomb for more than 4 months, would be able to return safely. Inside the Holy Tomb, Yang Kai gently exhaled and sent out a burst of exquisite energy from his knowledge, towards the final mass of energy floating in front of him. With a crisp cracking sound, this mass of energy, which contained the mysteries of the 9 heavens' divine skills, shattered, and the various mysteries contained within it poured into Yang Kai's mind, allowing him to thoroughly understand this final technique. Profound heavenly sword, imprisoning heaven chain, great heavenly attraction, encompassing heaven net, heaven covering hand, punishing heaven spear, grand heavenly shield, flickering heavenly shadow, scarlet heaven arrow. The 9 heavens' divine skills rolled through Yang Kai's mind in great detail. These 9 divine techniques were incomparably profound, far more so than any martial skill or soul skill Yang Kai had ever seen. After such a long period of enlightenment and study, Yang Kai had not only mastered these 9 divine skills, but had also greatly benefited the refinement of his Yuan Qi. Imperceptibly, his Yuan Qi had become more condensed and pure. The world energy aura here was extremely rich, so it could be said that Yang Kai's cultivation over the past few months had not only allowed him to master the 9 heavens' divine skills, but also his own cultivation. Chapter 797. Every time he cracked one of the 9 heavens' divine skills, the path in front of Yang Kai became more spacious. After breaking all 9, The entire mysterious small world seemed to have become much brighter, allowing Yang Kai to see directly into the holy tomb. Sweeping his divine sense around, Yang Kai suddenly showed a surprised expression. Originally, with the world energy here being so rich, Yang Kai thought that this mysterious small world would occupy a vast area, but only now did he discover that it was at most the size of a small town. This was the smallest mysterious small world Yang Kai had ever seen. In such a space, Yang Kai didn't know where so much world energy came from, but it was as if there was some kind of energy source that was constantly pouring into this mysterious small world. No matter how one tried to absorb it, it wouldn't have any effect. Inside the holy tomb, there were all kinds of dangerous barriers, all of which exuded hidden energy fluctuations and dangerous auras. Once someone accidentally touched one of these barriers, they would likely suffer a terrifying attack. Yang Kai being able to see through all of these barriers wasn't because of his keen eyesight, but rather because he had cracked all 9 divine skills before. The more he cracked, the more barriers he could see through. Yang Kai had cracked all 9 divine skills and was very familiar with them, so naturally he could see through the mysteries of the holy tomb at a glance. Not far away, there were several pale skeletons lying on the ground, their flesh and blood long gone. Even their robes had been reduced to dust. These skeletons should belong to those who had entered the holy tomb, but failed to pass the test and died tragically here. These skeletons could be found throughout the holy tomb, numbering at least a few dozen. In addition to these skeletons, there were also huge coffins lying quietly in various corners of the holy tomb. These coffins were strangely shaped and varied in color, giving them a terrifying and gloomy appearance. Yang Kai secretly condensed his yuan qi, preparing for any unexpected situations as he walked towards the nearest coffin. After a while, Yang Kai arrived in front of this coffin. The coffin wasn't closed, and inside it lay the body of a middle-aged man who didn't seem to be very old. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. His eyes were attracted by the bronze ring on the man's left hand. After standing next to the coffin for a long time and confirming that it had not been tampered with, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and touched the ring on it. If his guess was correct, this ring should be the Holy Master Spirit Ring Su Hui mentioned. Every old Holy Master would bring the Holy Master's Spirit Ring into the Holy Tomb when they reached the end of their lifespan. The next Holy Master's greatest task was to bring this ring back from the Holy Tomb, because this ring was related to the operation of the entire 9 heavens Holy Land. Without it, there were many places that were impossible to access. Furthermore, judging from the condition of this person's body, he should have died not long ago. He was definitely the previous generation's Holy Master. A third-order saint died after only 300 years. Throughout the entire world, only 9 heavens Holy Land would have such a situation. Looking at that person, Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh. He felt that if he became the owner of this place, this would be a portrayal of himself 300 years later. Seeing this, Yang Kai couldn't help snorting. Removing the ring from the previous generation's Holy Master's finger, Yang Kai carefully examined it before secretly shaking his head. He couldn't recognize what this ring was made of, but it should be an artifact with some kind of special function because there was a lot of extremely obscure energy flowing inside this ring that had not weakened in the slightest even after tens of thousands of years. The way this energy was flowing was quite strange, faintly following some kind of inexplicable law, but it was also impossible to trace. While examining this ring, Yang Kai suddenly felt a devouring force coming from inside it, as if a giant invisible hand had reached out from it, breaking through the shackles of space and directly reaching into the depths of Yang Kai's knowledge sea, causing his soul to tremble. Great heavenly attraction! Yang Kai paled as he immediately recognized that the energy coming from this spirit ring contained the mysteries of the 9 heavens' divine skills. Hurriedly trying to resist, however, before he could, a faint light flashed across Yang Kai's knowledge sea and disappeared. In the next moment, Yang Kai felt that there was a subtle connection between him and this Holy Master Spirit Ring. His face extremely gloomy, Yang Kai stood in place, staring at the Holy Master Spirit Ring in his hand, wishing he could just destroy it. Great heavenly attraction could affect another soul brand and control it. Yang Kai had used this trick to deal with Enlinger when they were at the bottom of the sea. After obtaining her soul brand, Yang Kai could control and Ling, Er's life and death, as well as spy on her mental activities. But at this moment, this Holy Master Spirit Ring had actually been imprinted with great heavenly attraction, branding his own soul brand into it. Needless to say, Yang Kai knew that this was the previous generation's Holy Masters doing before his death. A third-order Saint Realm Master's method was something Yang Kai couldn't resist, nor could he remove. This also meant that Yang Kai couldn't throw away this ring even if he wanted to. Inside this ring was his soul brand, so once it was obtained by an enemy, it was tantamount to controlling Yang Kai. Yang Kai couldn't help cursing. Originally, he had planned to take the Holy Master Spirit Ring out and hand it over to Su Hui in exchange for his release. But now that the Holy Master Spirit Ring was his, he couldn't hand it over to an outsider. His mood suddenly became terrible. Before Yang Kai could recover, though, a huge amount of energy rushed out from the body of the previous generation's Holy Master, who was sleeping in the coffin in front of him. At the same time, inside the Holy Tomb, from the coffins placed in all directions, a similar amount of energy shot out and rushed towards Yang Kai. It seemed that Yang Kai had become the source of their attraction. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai felt the defenses of his knowledge sea being directly torn apart and all of the energy poured into his knowledge sea, causing his consciousness to tumble and his head to ache. Yang Kai's face went pale and he didn't dare to show the slightest neglect, quickly sitting down cross-legged and immersing his consciousness into his knowledge sea, manifesting his soul avatar. Looking around, Yang Kai's knowledge sea was filled with turbulent waves. As if because of the invasion of these energy streams, his knowledge sea was spontaneously resisting. Like a raging inferno, the sea roared and surged forward, rolling up waves that rushed towards the uninvited guests. These energy streams seemed to be very afraid of Yang Kai's conflagrated knowledge sea and were all desperately trying to avoid them. While dodging, layers of invisible spiritual energy fluctuations spread out from these energy streams and attacked Yang Kai's soul avatar. Yang Kai's face filled with suspicion as he stared unblinkingly at the energy streams that rushed into his knowledge sea, his mind gradually stabilizing. The roaring and surging sea also gradually calmed down. Yang Kai could see that these energy streams were all the wills left behind by the previous holy masters of Nine Heavens' Holy Land. Strictly speaking, they were their souls. However, for some unknown reason, at this moment, these souls didn't have much consciousness, as if they were simply following the wishes they had set before their deaths and mechanically completing their tasks. These souls didn't have any intention of harming him. Instead, they were constantly emitting spiritual energy fluctuations, attacking his soul avatar, as if they were trying to instill something into him. Yang Kai tilted his head and thought for a moment before opening his soul to accept the spiritual energy these people were trying to instill into him. A moment later, Yang Kai's expression became strange. Unlike what he had thought, these people's souls weren't trying to instill some kind of secret art or secret skill into him, more like they were trying to brainwash him. After a short while, Yang Kai began to change his opinion of Nine Heavens' Holy Land, secretly thinking that staying here wasn't a bad idea. Becoming a holy master not only gave him great power, he could command tens of thousands of disciples, but he could also reach the peak of the martial Tao in the shortest time possible. Compared to wandering the outside world alone, experiencing the bitterness of life, this was undoubtedly much better. Thinking of this, Yang Kai began to relax and become more relaxed. At the same time, he also felt that the souls of these previous holy masters were much more intimate, so he couldn't help wanting to listen to their teachings. Feeling a chill, Yang Kai quickly sealed his soul avatar and drove out all the distracting thoughts, staring coldly at the soul that was lingering around him. So that's how it is. Yang Kai sneered softly, his eyes filled with malice. He had always been curious as to why the holy masters brought back by the saintesses would suddenly choose this place, even if their lifespans would be shortened. It turned out that in the holy tomb, these souls had induced them to do so. If it weren't for Yang Kai's extraordinary spiritual energy, he likely would have followed in the footsteps of those holy masters and become one of them in less than 2 hours. The spiritual energy fluctuations emitted by the souls of these previous holy masters had a very strong soothing effect. Under this effect, Anyone who came here would feel a sense of belonging to Nine Heavens' holy land, making it their life's goal. However, of all the Holy Master candidates who entered the Holy Tomb, the strongest had not exceeded the First Order Transcendent Realm, so their souls were naturally not very strong. Yang Kai was different. His cultivation was not low, and his spiritual energy far surpassed his physical strength, so he was able to resist these purposeful inducements to a certain extent. In addition, Yang Kai didn't want to become the holy master of a holy land, so he quickly sobered up from this comfortable state. Understanding the mysteries of these souls, Yang Kai suddenly became fearless. If it were any other kind of barrier, he may have some scruples, but the last thing the souls of these previous holy masters should do was tear through his knowledge, seize defenses, and rush into it. In this world, Yang Kai was the only master. Yang Kai tried to communicate with these souls, but couldn't get any response. The previous holy masters had all died long ago and their souls had somehow managed to remain behind, but they had no consciousness of their own and were simply fulfilling their last wishes. Layer after layer of spiritual energy fluctuations continued to be released, carrying all kinds of comforting and inducements in an attempt to shake Yang Kai's soul avatar. Yang Kai gradually became impatient, and with a single thought, the demon eye of annihilation suspended above his knowledge slowly opened. This golden pupil contained an endless majesty as it stared down indifferently. In the next moment, a golden light flashed. With a series of crackling sounds, the countless masses of soul fragments belonging to third-order saints were instantly purified. Chapter 798. Inside the Holy Tomb, Yang Kai sat in meditation for a few days, absorbing the remnant essences of the Nine Heavens' holy lands, previous holy masters into his own. The harvest was unimaginably huge. Although his cultivation had not changed, because all of these essences were the insights of third-order saints, Yang Kai instantly gained a clear understanding of his future path. As long as his physical strength could keep up, Yang Kai could continue on this path without any worries. It could be said that before he reached the third-order saint realm, he would not encounter any bottlenecks every time he tried to break through. This kind of good fortune was the dream of almost every cultivator. The reason why it was so difficult to break through to the next realm was because every time a cultivator reached a certain critical point, they would encounter bottlenecks and shackles of varying degrees of difficulty. If they couldn't grasp the mysteries of these bottlenecks, they would not be able to break through. Countless cultivators in the world were stuck at their bottlenecks their entire lives, unable to take even a single step forward. Among them, there were even many gifted children with outstanding aptitude. Perhaps when they were young, they would blossom with extraordinary brilliance, causing the world to exclaim in admiration. But once they reached their limit, they would become stagnant. If they were lucky enough to break through their bottlenecks, their strength would soar. Therefore, bottlenecks were something that every cultivator feared. No matter who it was, they would encounter them more or less on their path of growth. Yang Kai had also encountered them before, and every time. He had experienced all kinds of dangers, breaking through the confusion between life and death. But from now on, he would no longer have to worry about this problem. Before he reached the third-order saint realm, his cultivation path would be smooth and smooth. Gently taking a deep breath, Yang Kai stood up, suddenly feeling that the whole world seemed to have become somewhat different. Immersed in it, he felt as if everything was in his grasp. From the coffin beside him, some hidden energy fluctuations were transmitted. Yang Kai carefully probed them. A moment later, a smile appeared on his face, sending out his divine sense. A stream of light suddenly shot out from the coffin and flew straight towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and allowed the stream of light to land firmly on his palm. Looking closely, this stream of light was actually a silver leaf. The meridians on the leaves were distinct and lifelike, as if they had just been plucked from a tree. However, this seemingly simple leaf was emitting a shocking energy fluctuation, a saint-grade high-rank artifact. Su Hui and the others had said that the previous generation's holy master possessed a top-grade artifact, and there were only a few such artifacts in the entire Tongxian realm. This silver leaf still had the soul brand of the previous generation's holy masters, but Yang Kai had used his demon eye of annihilation to purify and absorb the souls of the previous holy masters here. Naturally, he could control the previous generation's divine spirit brand. Not only the previous generation, but everyone's divine spirit brand could be controlled by him. In other words, if there were any artifacts left in these coffins, he could easily obtain them without worrying about being injured by the power of these artifacts. Yang Kai had never seen such an artifact before, but there were many different kinds of artifacts. Their shapes were all different. This silver leaf should have a unique power, so he didn't refine it. Yang Kai didn't know much about it, so he temporarily put it into the black book space. Avoiding the various dangerous barriers inside the holy tomb, Yang Kai excitedly walked towards the second coffin. He wanted to sweep this place clean. Exploring the coffins one by one, Yang Kai found that almost every coffin had some kind of harvest. These old holy masters were all top masters, so the artifacts they used were naturally not bad. All of them were Saint-grade artifacts, most of them were Saint-grade mid-rank, a few were Saint-grade low-rank, and the only Saint-grade high-rank artifact was the silver leaf. It was obvious how rare such artifacts were. Although these artifacts were quite good, Yang Kai didn't care much about them. Those swords, spears, staffs, and halberds weren't suitable for him, so if he encountered a life or death battle, he might as well use his bare hands. The only thing that caught Yang Kai's attention was a crimson-colored artifact armor. This artifact armor looked extremely beautiful and was light to the touch, definitely capable of withstanding the attacks of a Saint Realm Master without breaking. This was a woman's artifact armor that Yang Kai had obtained from a woman's skeleton inside one of the coffins. This coffin was different from the others. Inside it lay two skeletons, one of which was the Holy Master of the Holy Land, while the other was the Saintess of that time. The two of them were closely huddled together, sharing life and death, causing Yang Kai to sigh a little. This artifact armor would be a good gift. Whether it was given to Su Yin or Xianing Chong, it would provide a tyrannical defense. Thinking so, Yang Kai put away the artifact armor. A moment later, Yang Kai came to a stop in front of the last coffin. What made him feel slightly strange was that there didn't seem to be any trace of an artifact inside this coffin, and unlike the other coffins, this one was tightly shut and had a thick layer of spirit arrays surrounding it. After countless years, these spirit arrays had shown signs of loosening. For some reason, as soon as Yang Kai arrived here, the blood in his body began to flow faster and his heartbeat became stronger, as if there was something inside this coffin that was guiding his blood. Frowning, Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Because of the spirit arrays surrounding this coffin, he couldn't sense the mysteries inside it all. However, this coffin was the only one here that was closed. Obviously, this holy master didn't want others to open it and investigate the secrets hidden inside. If not for this strange feeling, Yang Kai wouldn't have gone looking for trouble, but now he was very concerned about this coffin. Once this thought came to him, he could no longer suppress it. After thinking about it for a while, Yang Kai's expression became firm as he raised his hand and patted the coffin, Yuan Qi gushing out. A barrier placed by a third-order saint, logically speaking, should have been impossible for Yang Kai to break, but this holy master had been dead for who knows how many years, so this barrier should not have been at its peak. It took Yang Kai less than half an hour to completely destroy these spirit arrays. The light dimmed, and the spirit arrays on the coffin lost their function. Yang Kai took a deep breath and reached out to lift the lid. A skeleton that had long decayed beyond recognition immediately entered Yang Kai's eyes, and after seeing the appearance of this skeleton, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling shocked. There were many fractures and injuries on the bones of the skeleton. Almost 80% of the bones in the skeleton were broken. Yang Kai was deeply shocked. Every holy master lying here was a peak third-order saint, and this one was obviously no exception. When one's strength reached this level, whether it was the strength of their physique or the toughness of their bones, they would become extremely powerful. There were very few attacks that could break them. However, the scene in front of Yang Kai showed that before this holy master died, he had fought a fierce battle with a powerful enemy. Regardless of whether he won or lost, this holy master must have been beaten very miserably. The reason why he died was definitely related to these injuries. What kind of person could beat a third-order Saint Realm Master to death? While in a daze, Yang Kai's eyes were attracted by a dark bottle placed on the chest of this skeleton. Before this holy master died, his hands had been clasped together, holding this dark bottle close to his chest. There was also a spirit array placed on this bottle, seemingly to protect what was inside. A terrifying evil chi spread out from this bottle, causing Yang Kai to suddenly feel as if his body and mind were being tortured. Asterisk cha-cha. Asterisk a crisp sound rang out. It seemed that because Yang Kai had broken the spirit array of the coffin, the thing inside the bottle had become unstable and was now violently struggling to break out. The dark bottle was unable to withstand such an impact, and in an instant, countless cracks appeared on its surface. The light of the spirit array on the bottle also flickered strangely. Yang Kai just watched indifferently, not showing any intention of stopping this. He had a feeling that the thing inside this bottle was somehow related to him. Somehow, he had sensed some clues. Asterisk kacha. Asterisk accompanied by a crisp sound. The dark bottle suddenly shattered into pieces and a golden light appeared, exuding a dazzling brilliance that illuminated the entire holy tomb. The various spirit arrays that had been placed all over the holy tomb were disintegrated by this golden light and lost their effectiveness. With the golden light as the center, the murderous and evil aura surged into the sky. All of the coffins were blown away and exploded in midair. The skeletons of the saint sovereigns were also turned into dust in an instant. Yang Kai stared intently at this golden light, his expression fluctuating as he muttered, "Demon god golden blood?" This golden light exuded a strong bloody smell. No doubt it was blood. On top of that, it was as dazzling as melted gold, filled with an evil chi that caused even Yang Kai to tremble. Now that it was being held in the hand of a holy master from 9 heavens' holy land, besides demon god golden blood, Yang Kai couldn't think of any other possibility. Why was this drop of demon god golden blood here? What was the relationship between the legendary great demon god and this holy master? Yang Kai's thoughts raced, but before he could figure out what was going on, the demon god golden blood floating in front of him seemed to have found its target and suddenly disappeared, leaving behind a golden afterimage as it rushed directly towards Yang Kai's brow and imprinted itself between his eyebrows before disappearing. In the next instant, Yang Kai's face became ferocious. He felt as if his blood was boiling and roaring as the golden blood in his body seemed to have been activated and was exploding. The terrifying power of this explosion spread through his meridians and physique, and in just a moment, Yang Kai's body was covered in wounds, his 5 viscera burning, and the pain was unbearable. The dazzling golden light enveloped Yang Kai, and Yang Kai couldn't help roaring towards the heavens. Above the mysterious small world, the wind and clouds began to change as a thick blood chi filled the air, filling the entire mysterious small world with a strange mixture of gold and blood red. The unyielding golden skeleton wriggled and emitted a cracking sound. The demonic chi stored inside the golden skeleton uncontrollably gushed out, transforming into demon crests that covered Yang Kai's skin, imprinting themselves into his flesh and blood before disappearing. The golden and red mysterious small world was suddenly covered in darkness, no longer able to see a trace of light. In this darkness, Yang Kai grit his teeth and endured, his whole body trembling as his skin began to crack and red blood flowed out, soaking the ground. However, in front of his eyes, it was as if a picture scroll was slowly unfolding, and inside this picture, an earth-shattering battle was taking place. Chapter 799. Yang Kai didn't open his eyes to watch, nor did he use his divine sense to sense anything, but the scene of this great battle was still being transmitted to his consciousness. Soon, Yang Kai's attention was completely absorbed by this battle, gradually forgetting his own pain and focusing all of his attention on it. The two sides involved in this battle were both top-level masters, each of their moves giving off unimaginably powerful energy fluctuations that seemed capable of destroying the heavens and earth. On one side was a master filled with demonic chi, while on the other side was a handsome middle-aged man whose every movement exuded an air of calmness. The appearance of the former made Yang Kai feel somewhat familiar, and after thinking about it for a while, his eyes lit up as he suddenly understood who this master filled with demonic chi was. Great Demon God. The most powerful great demon god in legend. Yang Kai had once seen a statue of great demon god in the mysterious small world where the ancient demon clan lived, one that was very similar to the one in front of him, almost identical. Great demon god was a legendary existence, one that no one in his era could compare to and was recognized as the strongest master under heaven. Under his leadership, the entire demon race was filled with powerful soldiers and horses. Even the human race, which had the largest population, had to avoid him. Since then, none of the rulers of the demon race dared to call themselves great demon gods, all of them simply calling themselves demon commanders to show their worship and respect to great demon god. It was said that there was once a demon commander who was not very tactful and proclaimed himself great demon god, but before he could enjoy this supreme power for a few days, he was besieged and killed by his subordinates. It was obvious what kind of influence great demon god had left on the demon race. Judging from the scene in front of him, this great demon god should still be in the process of growth and had yet to reach his peak. Even so, the number of people who could fight against him at that time was extremely rare. This middle-aged man should be one of them, the holy master of 9 heavens' holy land. His true body that had been broken in countless places. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little excited. He didn't know why he was able to see this battle that happened countless years ago, but he could guess that it had something to do with the drop of demon god's blood. Perhaps the demon god's blood carried the memories of the great demon god, allowing him to see this. Both great demon god and the holy master at that time were third-order saints, so this battle should have been a showdown between peak saints. No one knew how the war started, but it had already started when Yang Kai saw it. Again and again, they clashed fiercely against each other. Both of them unleashed their full strength. They fought from the ground to the sky, from the sky to the star field, and then from the star field back to the ground. The scene changed extremely quickly, and the strength of the two was also evenly matched. It was impossible to determine the victor in a short period of time, but Yang Kai was fascinated by it. There wasn't the slightest bit of impatience. Witnessing such an earth-shattering battle was of great benefit to his growth. The younger generation of great forces would often be taken by their seniors to watch a battle between a higher realm cultivator in order to gain some combat experience and comprehend some things they couldn't comprehend in their daily cultivation. It could be said that what was placed in front of Yang Kai was an opportunity. The adaptability of the two in battle and the way they released their energy made Yang Kai ponder, carefully observing the situation and verifying it with his own. Time passed by, and after an unknown amount of time, the balance between the two who were originally evenly matched was gradually broken. The Holy Master, perhaps too eager to win or for some other reason, was unable to use any of his moves. Soon, he was at a disadvantage. The great demon god's posture was wild. Like a madman, he took advantage of this opportunity to kill. Yang Kai watched with relish. The scene in front of Yang Kai's eyes suddenly changed. Probably because too much time had passed, the memory of the drop of demon god's blood was not very coherent. By the time Yang Kai glanced over again, the outcome of this battle had already been decided. The Holy Master coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face pale as he transformed into a streak of light and quickly fled from great demon god. Before leaving, he took a drop of the great demon god's golden blood with him. The great demon god just stood in place, staring coldly and arrogantly at his disheveled figure, not showing any intention to pursue. A moment later, his figure flickered and disappeared. The scene in Yang Kai's mind was cut off. Yang Kai let out a long breath and slowly calmed the excitement in his heart. He had never expected that he would be able to see the great demon god with his own eyes in this way. Since coming to Tongxian realm, Yang Kai had heard many legends about this man from various people and knew that he had an inextricable relationship with this man. The unyielding golden skeleton was his body, the demon eye of annihilation was his eyes, and even the wordless black book was created by him. Unfortunately, he had died so many years ago that Yang Kai had never been able to see it. Now, Yang Kai had finally gotten what he wanted. The wealth left behind by the great demon god had been of great help to Yang Kai's growth, but Yang Kai felt that he would not be bound by the great demon god's path. On the contrary, Yang Kai was convinced that he could walk a path that the great demon god could not and surpass his achievements. Only in this way could he live up to the huge amount of resources he had, and only in this way could he prove that everything he had was not something the great demon god could have arranged. However, after watching such a great battle, Yang Kai finally understood what was going on with that coffin. The damage to the Holy Master's body should have been left behind by the great demon god. After that battle, he returned to the Holy Land and should have died soon after, leaving behind the demon god Golden Blood because he was unwilling to accept it. But today, it had aroused Yang Kai's curiosity, allowing him to obtain the demon god Golden Blood and watch that fierce battle. Inside the holy tomb, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes. At some point, the darkness that had filled this place had receded, returning to its original gloomy environment. Probing his body, Yang Kai was a little surprised. Although there were many wounds on his body, with his powerful resilience, these injuries were not important. What he was concerned about was that because he had fused with the drop of demon god Golden Blood, the blood flowing through his veins seemed to have undergone some significant changes. The golden blood had become more abundant, and the demonic chi that filled the unyielding golden skeleton had also become purer. Faintly, Yang Kai even comprehended a divine technique that belonged to the great demon god. Soul fission technique. By pouring a huge amount of soul energy into one soul brand and nourishing it with a special method, one could produce another soul. This soul could then enter another body and become an avatar outside of one's true body. Depending on the degree of refinement of this avatar, it could possess various abilities of the real body. The strongest avatar could display up to 80% of the real body's strength, perhaps even more. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he suddenly remembered the soul clone of the demon General Menggu he had encountered in his own world. Inside the evil cavern, Yang Kai had used the demon sealing chain to kill Meng Ji's soul clone and had even been threatened by him at that time. It was not until he came to Tongxian realm that Yang Kai understood what kind of person Menggu was and how powerful he was. So, what Menggu had used at that time should have been a soul fission technique, allowing his avatar to descend into the evil cavern, but compared to the great demon god's soul fission technique, there was still a big difference. Meng Ji's soul clone was simply too weak. Yang Kai guessed that Menggu might have obtained some ancient books left behind by the great demon god and obtained some clues from them, but he wasn't very proficient in them, nor was he orthodox. Cultivating the soul fission technique didn't only have this benefit. Once a soul clone was formed, it was equivalent to having two souls inside one's knowledge sea. With two souls cultivating at the same time, the growth of one's spiritual energy would also be twice that of the average person. Of course, the initial price to pay was definitely huge. Constructing a soul clone required a huge amount of spiritual energy. However, for Yang Kai, this wasn't a problem. The six-colored soul-warming lotus was constantly nourishing his soul, so his spiritual energy could be replenished at any time. Looking around, Yang Kai saw that the holy tomb was a complete mess. It seemed that because he had entered this mysterious small world this time, it had been completely destroyed. From now on, any holy master who entered this place would likely not be able to obtain any benefits and would no longer be brainwashed by their predecessors. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a bit ashamed. Although he had been forced to enter this place by Su Hui and the others, the Holy Tomb was still one of the foundations of Nine Heavens' Holy Land. If they were to learn that he had destroyed this place, they would likely not let him leave easily. At the very least, Yang Kai would have to accept the position of Holy Master before they would give up. What's more, the Holy Master Spirit Ring had been branded with his own soul brand. Yang Kai felt a headache coming on as he secretly felt that this time, unless he had a falling out with Nine Heavens' Holy Land, there was no way to end this matter. After sighing for a while, Yang Kai didn't rush to leave the Holy Tomb and instead decided to stay here and begin cultivating the great demon god soul fission technique. Inside his knowledge sea, Yang Kai condensed his own soul brand and then poured his spiritual energy into this brand using a special method to nourish and construct his soul clone. The consumption of spiritual energy was enormous, and even with the six-colored soul-warming lotus, he couldn't make ends meet. Fortunately, Yang Kai had a number of pills in his black book space, some of which could be used to supplement his spiritual energy. Yang Kai also had the myriad drug liquid, so he didn't need to worry about replenishing his spiritual energy. The sun and moon flew by and time passed. Inside the holy tomb, there was no daylight. So Yang Kai didn't want to leave. He only hoped that with the passage of time, he would be able to fade away from the sight of Su Hui and the others, so he decided to stay here and cultivate. It wasn't until his soul fission technique reached the minor accomplishment stage and another soul appeared in his knowledge see that Yang Kai stopped cultivating. There was no need for him to worry too much about the rest. As time passed, his soul clone would become more and more tenacious and powerful. Unfortunately, it didn't have its own consciousness or emotions. After it grew to a certain extent, Yang Kai could find a suitable vessel and pour his soul clone into it to create his own soul clone. The soul clone created this way would have no consciousness or thoughts, but Yang Kai could manipulate it to go to places that were inconvenient for him. Perhaps it would play an unexpected role in certain situations. Slowly standing up, Yang Kai released his divine sense and searched for the exit of the holy tomb. Chapter 800. A moment later, a secluded place appeared in Yang Kai's perception. Yang Kai rushed towards it, and with the help of his void force, his vision blurred. By the time he regained his senses, he was already in the clear sky. In front of him was the blue stone engraved with the two characters Holy Tomb, of 9 Heavens Holy Land. After entering from here, Yang Kai returned to the same place. As soon as he appeared, Yang Kai immediately restrained his aura and quietly released his divine sense to investigate his surroundings. He didn't know how long he had been in the Holy Tomb, but he estimated it had not been short. There was no one in front of the blue stone at this moment, so Su Hui and the others had obviously dispersed. This was a good time for him to secretly leave. As long as he left 9 Heavens Holy Land, he would be like a bird flying in the sky and a fish swimming in the sea. Even if Su Hui had heaven-defying skills, he would never be able to bring him back. However, after investigating his surroundings with his divine sense, Yang Kai's expression suddenly became strange. The entire 9 Heavens Holy Land was a mess, as if a great battle had just taken place. Everywhere he looked, he could see messy battlefields. Most of the houses between the 9 peaks had been reduced to rubble. A faint smell of blood filled the air, and the faint cries of many people could be heard vaguely echoing in his ears. A familiar life aura came to a stop not too far away, seemingly having discovered his existence, causing it to suddenly become unstable. Yang Kai turned his head and happened to meet Enling, Er's pair of beautiful eyes. This saintess, who symbolized nobility and purity, had a blue handkerchief wrapped around her head at this moment, and her white dress was stained with dust and blood, as if she had just returned from somewhere. When she saw Yang Kai, her beautiful eyes filled with joy and disbelief as she froze in place. Opening her mouth, Enling, didn't even have time to call out before Yang Kai disappeared and reappeared in front of her in the next moment, covering her mouth. No matter how she struggled, she was unable to break free, leading her directly to a remote pavilion. "Don't shout. I'll let you go," Yang Kai whispered. Enling Er's beautiful eyes flashed with a faint trace of panic. Hearing this, she quickly nodded. Only then did Yang Kai release her. He chuckled and distanced himself from her, lest she misunderstand that he was going to silence her. "You're out." Enling looked around and asked in a soft voice. Yang Kai gently nodded. "I just came out." "You really did come out." Enling pursed her red lips as a sense of relief appeared on her face. She had been worried about Yang Kai's safety all this time. Now that she saw him return safely, a huge rock in her heart instantly fell to the ground, making her feel much more relaxed. For Yang Kai to be forced into the Holy Tomb, Enling had always felt that she had to bear a large part of the responsibility. Every time she thought about it, she would blame herself incessantly, causing her to become even thinner. Now she was finally at ease. "It's good that you came out." Enling gently patted her chest. "Since you're out, you should hurry up and leave before the Great Elder and the others discover you." Yang Kai's eyes flashed as he glanced at her and asked in surprise, "You're willing to let me go?" Enling showed a bitter smile. "It's not like I didn't know you didn't want to come here. Leaving you here will only annoy you, so why bother? It's better to let you go." Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. He stared at her gratefully. "Why are you looking at me like that? If you were discovered, you wouldn't be able to leave." And Linger frowned. I just found you to be very beautiful. Yang Kai flattered. And Linger blushed and angrily said, Don't be such a smooth talker. I already knew you weren't a good person, so don't think you can win my favor like this. Yang Kai laughed dryly before his expression became serious and he cupped his fists. Then we'll part ways here. I hope we'll have a chance to meet again in the future. Go quickly, head south. The Great Elder and the others are all in the north. And Linger urged. Yang Kai nodded lightly, identified the direction, and quietly headed north. Not long after Yang Kai left, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared beside Enling, like a ghost. Ah, Elder Yuing. Enlinger was startled and covered her mouth in shock. Yuing stared in the direction Yang Kai disappeared, sighed softly, and said faintly, Letting him go like this? Are you really willing? Did you see it? Enlinger's expression became a little awkward. She didn't know when Yuing had been following her, but from the tone of her voice, it was clear she had seen everything just now. I only saw him leave in a hurry, without the slightest reluctance. There's nothing here for him to miss, and Linger forced a smile. What about you? You've been worried about him. You've been with him through thick and thin for so long. Yet he doesn't feel any affection for you? Don't you feel even the slightest bit of affection for him? Yuing looked at Enlinger indifferently. Enlinger gently shook her head. Although he is a hateful person, I don't think I deserve him. Speaking of which, I really don't feel much for him. It's better to be friends. It is undeniable that following him always gives me a sense of security, making me mistakenly feel that I am younger than him and will always be protected. Moreover, now that the Holy Land has become like this, I don't want to implicate him. Elder Yuing, don't mention this matter to the Great Elder, okay? We'll just pretend he's dead. Yu Ying's brow furrowed, seemingly considering it. Enling quickly hugged one of Yu Ying's arms and begged her coquettishly. Unable to bear Linger's coaxing, Yu Ying smiled bitterly and rubbed her forehead. All right, I won't say it. I won't say it. I didn't see anything today. Linger, you must have been tired for the past few days, so you should go back and rest. We will take care of things outside so you don't need to worry. The Holy Land can only place its hopes on you now. You have all the secret arts the Saintess needs to cultivate, so if my Holy Land can survive this time, the next generation of Saintess will depend on you. Seeing her agree, Enlinga was overjoyed. However, when they thought of the Holy Land's current tragic situation, the eyes of the two women dimmed. Whether they could survive this disaster was another matter altogether, and no one knew what the future would be like. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before everyone died here. Otherwise, Yuing wouldn't have agreed to Enlinger's request so easily. Elder Yuing really is easy to talk to. A faint voice suddenly resounded around the corner of the pavilion, drifting erratically, making it impossible for anyone to guess the location of the speaker. Yu Ying's beautiful face paled as she quickly condensed her yuan qi and shouted, "Who is it?" As soon as her voice fell, a figure emerged from the side and looked at them with a smile. Flickering heavenly shadow? Enlinger shouted, instantly recognizing that this was one of the 9 heavens' divine skills. It was an extremely wonderful movement skill, and whether it was used to fight enemies or to escape. Startled, she stared at Yang Kai in surprise and asked, "Why didn't you leave?" Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders and glanced at Yuing intentionally or unintentionally. When he left just now, he noticed that this woman was following Enlinger, so to be on the safe side, he decided to conceal himself and monitor them, but he didn't expect to hear the conversation between the two women, which made him feel that it would be a bit unkind to just leave like this. "How did you manage to hide from my divine sense? I clearly noticed that you had already left. When did you come back?" Yuing stared at Yang Kai in a daze, a look of disbelief flashing across her beautiful eyes. She was a first-order saint, yet Yang Kai was able to silently approach her. If it weren't for Yang Kai not showing any hostility, she would likely be a corpse right now. Considering all this, Yu Ying's tender body broke out in a cold sweat, suddenly realizing that this person they regarded as the future Holy Master was somewhat unfathomable. "Why are you so nervous? I don't want to do anything to you." Yang Kai grinned but didn't answer Yu Ying's question, instead solemnly saying, "I've been quite concerned since a moment ago. What's wrong with your 9 heavens Holy Land?" Enling opened her mouth, but before she could answer, Ewing suddenly said coldly, "This has nothing to do with you, right? If you don't want to inherit the position of Holy Master, what's the point of asking this?" Kai Young wrinkled his brow, feeling somewhat inexplicable. When this beautiful woman saw him last time, her attitude was quite respectful, but this time, it was as if she had just met an enemy, clearly rejecting him. Yang Kai didn't have any intention to bicker with her and simply smiled faintly. "If you don't want to talk about it, then forget it. I don't want to meddle in other people's business. Farewell." Saying so, he turned around and left. "Don't go," Ewing suddenly shouted again. "What's wrong?" Yang Kai turned to look at her impatiently. Yu Ying's expression was both complicated and awkward, hesitating for a moment before saying, "Don't be in such a hurry to leave, I'll tell you." "Sorry, I don't want to know. The more I know, the more trouble there will be." Ewing stared at him in amazement, her face turning blue with regret. "How can you be like this?" He was like a scoundrel. Where was the dignity and bearing of a holy lord? Didn't he enter the holy tomb? Why was he still acting like this? It stood to reason that those who entered the holy tomb and then came out would regard the Holy Land as their home. Ewing couldn't understand. Seeing the depressed look on this beautiful woman's face, Yang Kai was in a good mood and sat down directly on a stool in the corner pavilion, turning to Enlinger and saying, "Tell me about it." Enlinger secretly glanced over at Elder Ewing and found that the latter was glaring at Yang Kai like she wanted to eat him alive, as if she couldn't wait to skin him alive. Enlinger couldn't help laughing, pursing her lips for a moment before saying, "Why do you want to know? You know very well that once you know, you'll get into trouble." "You just made the situation sound so serious. Of course I want to know. Who told you to say we're friends?" "I rarely have friends," Yang Kai said seriously. Enlinger couldn't help feeling moved, staring at him for a moment before smiling meaningfully. "That Go Che will definitely regret not treating you with sincerity in the future." "He will," Yang Kai grinned confidently. Chapter 801. If Enlinger had begged him to stay when she discovered him, Yang Kai would have simply left without hesitation. But she had actually asked him to leave. This was obviously for his own good. Since Enlinger was so considerate, Yang Kai couldn't just walk away like this. Something big must have happened to Nine Heaven's Holy Land. Seeing Yang Kai take the initiative to stay, Enlinger was particularly happy and quickly explained what had happened after he entered the Holy Tomb. Yang Kai then learned that it had been 9 months since he entered the Holy Tomb. The first half of the year was peaceful, but one day, nearly half a year later, the spirit arrays arranged around the 9 peaks suddenly lost their effectiveness, catching all the Holy Land's elders and protectors off guard. No matter how they searched, they couldn't find the cause, let alone repair or restart the spirit arrays. Just as everyone was at a loss, Saintess Nan, who noticed the disappearance of the spirit arrays and barriers, attacked the Holy Land. Everyone worked together to resist, and although they succeeded in forcing Saintess Nan to retreat, the Holy Land's foundations were destroyed and many of its disciples were injured or killed. At this time, foreign enemies invaded. Foreign enemies? Yang Kai was surprised. Although my Holy Land has been strong these past few years, which great force doesn't have enemies? When the old Holy Master was alive, we were able to deter them, but the old Holy Master has been dead for almost 2 years now, and the new Holy Master has yet to succeed, allowing them to see an opportunity. My Holy Land's 9 peaks are an excellent place to cultivate. So many people are coveting them. Isn't that just throwing stones at someone who's down? Yang Kai sneered softly. Yes. Enlinger nodded, her expression sad. It's not all their fault. When the old Holy Master was alive, his methods were too harsh, causing them to feel resentment. That's not all. A trivial few small forces aren't enough to put in my Holy Land's eyes. But, Ewing continued, her brow furrowing as she lamented, but Saintess Nan has been stirring up so much trouble outside, causing several great forces to take advantage of this opportunity to gather a large number of masters to demand an explanation from my Holy Land. Those experts either harmed Saintess Nan's interests or had their families and friends killed by Saintess Nan. They all view our Holy Land as a thorn in their side. When it rains, it pours, but when it rains the night, the boat is late enough to meet the headwind. Yang Kai frowned, finally understanding why Nine Heavens' Holy Land was in such a miserable state. However, Nine Heavens' Holy Land's barrier and spirit array had failed nearly half a year ago. At that time, Yang Kai happened to obtain the Holy Master's spirit ring. Could it be related to this? Yang Kai guessed, but he wasn't sure. Half a month ago, those people came again and cursed us, asking us to hand over the Sage Nun. But after the battle half a year ago, Saintess Nan was injured and fled far away. No one knows where she went. How can we find her? The great long chalk elder spoke to them for a while, but it was to no avail. Those few powers who coveted my 9 peaks fanned the flames and started fighting. Both sides suffered casualties, and this enmity grew deeper and deeper. Now it seems that no matter what, it can't be resolved. Sigh. What kind of forces came here to stir up trouble? Yang Kai frowned and asked. Naturally, the leaders were 3 nearby forces: Shattering Mystical Palace, War Spirit Temple, and Netherworld Sect. A look of disgust and hatred appeared on Yu Ying's pretty face. These 3 forces are the main culprits. If it was just one of them, even if my Holy Land's Yuan Qi suffered heavy losses, we wouldn't have put them in our eyes. But they also gathered many powerful masters from other forces, sects, and families. After that battle, my Holy Land became enemies with almost half of the world. Is the situation really that bad? Yang Kai was also taken aback. However, thinking about Saintess Nan's actions outside during this time, it made sense. Saintess Nan killed wherever she went, causing countless deaths and injuries to her subordinates. Naturally, she was a huge hidden danger to 9 Heavens' Holy Land. As a second-order saint, her strength was profound, her cultivation was profound, and her divine technique was immeasurable. Only third-order saints could deal with her. In this world, there weren't many masters of this level. Even Yang Kai didn't know if Soaring Heaven Sect's Chu Ling Xiao was a master of this level. It's far worse than you think. Yu Ying's face was cold and harsh. These 3 forces don't just covet the foundations of my 9 peaks, they covet Linger the most. Saying so, she shot a meaningful glance towards Linger. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he suddenly understood. They want to arrange for one of their sect's disciples to marry your saintess in order to obtain your Holy Master's inheritance, right? Once they obtained the Holy Master's inheritance, they would soar to the heavens. This was a huge fortune that they could not obtain even if they struggled for hundreds of years. Indeed. Ewing nodded firmly. Half a month ago, when they retreated, they said that we had 1 month to hand over Saintess Nan, or they would raze our 9 peaks to the ground. However, that night, Great Chalk Elder received a secret letter stating that if we couldn't hand over the previous generation's Saintess, we could use the current generation's Saintess to offset it. Such calculations. Yang Kai couldn't help marveling at the shamelessness of these people, hesitating for a moment before asking, "So you're just going to sit here and wait for death?" Yu Ying's beautiful eyes dimmed. "What else can we do? The world is so big, and we have no place to go. There's still half a month's time. Great Chang Elder Chalk can only hope to persuade those forces that have been implicated to retreat on their own accord. If there are only 3 forces left, they won't be able to make any waves. When my Holy Land recovers, we will settle accounts with them one by one." Your old Holy Master really did a great deal of harm. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Why didn't he treat them better when they were alive? You can't blame them for coming to cause trouble. Hey, whose side are you on? Ewing glared at Yang Kai with some displeasure. I'm just telling the truth. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. When the old Holy Lord was still alive, although his methods were a little more forceful, and every year he would make them offer some cultivation resources, it was precisely because of the old Holy Lord's protection that these 3 forces have always been safe and sound. Linger explained. Now they have chosen to repay kindness with enmity. They are really ungrateful wolves. What do you mean? How did your old Holy Master protect them? Yang Kai showed a puzzled look. Didn't I tell you? Our Holy Land is located at the edge of the human territory, just past the towering mountain. The Beast Sea Jungle on the other side is the territory of the monster race. If it weren't for the old Holy Master, the monster race Great Senior would have already led his people here and occupied this territory. Monster race? Yang Kai raised his brow and asked in surprise, "Is that the monster race's territory? And then why haven't they taken this opportunity to attack us?" With the old holy master dead, it was reasonable to say that the monster race should be the ones to make the first move. There was a blood feud between the human race, monster race, and demon race, so none of them could stand the other. With such a great opportunity, the monster race had no reason to miss it. Yang Kai was keenly aware that there should be some inside story behind this, perhaps some unknown secret. And Linger glanced at Ying, seemingly asking for her opinion. Ying's pretty face showed a complicated expression as she pondered for a moment before nodding lightly. And Linger then whispered, "The old holy master seems to have some friendship with the monster race great senior over there. This is probably one of the reasons why they didn't attack us." "Oh?" Yang Kai showed a look of interest as he sneered and said sarcastically, "So it seems the monster race is more humane. The monster race great senior is certainly not weak." "We haven't seen him, but he shouldn't be weak," Ying nodded. "That's the specific situation." After Linger said so, she stared at Yang Kai in a daze, seemingly waiting for him to make a decision. Ying also looked at him with a very nervous expression, fearing that he would simply walk away after learning about such a big trouble. If that were the case, Ying would really cry. Since Yang Kai could safely emerge from the holy tomb, he must have passed the test. Now, he was completely equivalent to the holy master of the Holy Land. With such a person presiding over the Holy Land, the mood of the disciples could be stabilized, and it would be more convenient for them to arrange their affairs. With two beautiful women, one young and one young, staring at him, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling helpless and quickly asked, "Where is Su Hui?" Hearing him ask this, whether it was in Ling or Ying, both of their beautiful eyes brightened, Ying quickly saying, "I'll take you to him." As he spoke, he led the way with a smile on his face. Yang Kai and Ling followed closely behind. Are you going to become the holy master of the Holy Land?" And Ling suddenly asked softly. "I didn't say that, don't misunderstand. It's just that right now, I'll do whatever I can. I can't guarantee that I'll be able to help you resolve this disaster, but I can only say I'll do my best. If your holy land is really destroyed because of this disaster, at least you won't blame me." That's good, and Linger smiled. "You're not bad. We really are friends, right?" And Yang Kai grinned wickedly, "So don't fall in love with me. If you do, then I'll leave and we won't even be friends. Don't be so full of yourself." And Ling's cheeks flushed red as she couldn't help hitting Yang Kai affectionately, gritting her teeth as she said, "Do you really think all women in the world are attracted to you? Although you're a good person, you're not my type." "What kind of man do you like?" Yang Kai was stunned. "Someone older than me, tall and strong. Someone who knows how to take care of others." And Ling suddenly fell into a fantasy, her beautiful eyes filled with sweetness and happiness. "You really don't have good eyesight." Yang Kai kept shaking his head, a look of arrogance appearing on his face, causing Linger to giggle. Along the way, there were broken fences and dilapidated walls. The ground was full of bloodstains and traces of battle. The Holy Land disciples who were busy seeing Ying and Ling all bowed respectfully, but when they saw Yang Kai walking side by side with Linger, all of them showed dumbfounded expressions, none of them daring to believe their eyes. Up ahead, Su Hui was busy arranging for people to work when Ying called out to him with a smile. Su Hui turned his head and was about to respond when his eyes suddenly popped out of their sockets, as if he had seen a ghost, his mouth wide open, unable to speak for a long time. Chapter 802. In front of a certain ruin, Su Hui stared at Yang Kai in a daze, hardly daring to believe his eyes. Beside him, Shikuan, Cheng Yutong, and the others also wore similar expressions. "Don't be so surprised. Did you think I had died inside?" Yang Kai chuckled. Su Hui finally recovered and a look of joy appeared on his face, his body trembling slightly as he cupped his fists. "Welcome, Holy Master." "Welcome, Holy Master." Shikuan, Cheng Yutong, and the others also quickly repeated, their expressions respectful. It seemed that seeing Yang Kai appear was equivalent to seeing hope, the haze on their faces being swept away. Even the nearby Holy Land disciples all gathered around and stared at Yang Kai as if they were looking at their savior. Yang Kai frowned and raised his hand. Don't call me that. I've heard the general situation from Elder Yuing and Enling. Is there anything I can help with here? If there is, feel free to tell me. If I can do it, I will do my best to help. Su Hui stared blankly for a moment before immediately understanding Yang Kai's meaning, not wanting to annoy him any further, politely saying, I wouldn't dare. The matters here are trivial. Pacifying the mood of the disciples and treating the injured is not something you need to intervene in. Saying so, Su Hui's eyes wandered over Yang Kai's hand, but after a moment, he couldn't help showing a look of disappointment. Are you looking for this? Yang Kai flipped his palm and took out the Holy Master Spirit Ring. Everyone's expression changed as they stared at the simple and unadorned ring with burning eyes. Su Hui nodded repeatedly, his face filled with excitement. Little brother, you really brought out the Holy Master Spirit Ring. Yang Kai nodded lightly and put the ring on his finger in front of everyone, leisurely saying, I wanted to give this ring to you when I came out, but there was an accident. Before I reach the Saint Realm, this ring will be kept by me and will be returned to you when the time comes. Yang Kai estimated that when he reached the Saint Realm, he would be able to remove the connection between him and this ring and remove his soul brand from it. It's fine. This spirit ring belongs to you. You can wear it for as long as you want. Su Hui smiled, the other elders and protectors also nodding. But with the Holy Master Spirit Ring, things will be much easier. Su Hui breathed a sigh of relief. Little brother, this old master has a few things he wants to ask you for your help. Great elder, please speak. Yang Kai nodded. Many of the disciples have been injured, so we don't have enough medicinal pills and herbs for healing. Little brother, please follow me to the storehouse and take some things out. You lead the way. Su Hui quickly nodded, exhorting the other protectors and elders before leading Yang Kai off in a certain direction. After they left, the protectors and elders all showed shocked expressions. He really came out of the Holy Tomb 9 months ago. How did he do it? Shikuan shook his head, unable to understand. Isn't this already breaking the record recorded in the history books? If I remember correctly, the previous Holy Master who took the longest only took 2 months to do so. Taking so long to pass the test, this Holy Master isn't very good. Did we overestimate him? It doesn't matter. The most important thing now is that the Holy Master Spirit Ring was brought out, so the 9 Peaks Spirit Array and Barrier can be reactivated to prevent those people from invading. Everyone was talking at once, and only Yu Ying's beautiful eyes flickered with extremely complicated emotions. She still couldn't figure out how Yang Kai had managed to deceive her perception and silently appear beside her just now. Even with the help of the 9 Heavens' divine skills, if his own spiritual energy wasn't strong enough, he wouldn't have been able to accomplish this. Have I underestimated him, or have I overestimated him? Yuing, what's wrong? Cheng Yutong saw her somewhat absent-minded and quickly leaned over to ask. It's nothing. I just feel that this future Holy Master is different from others. How is he different? Cheng Yutong suddenly became interested. I can't explain it clearly. Yuing slowly shook her head, suddenly turning to the side and shouting, What are you looking at? Don't you have anything else to do? The disciples who had gathered here all seemed to wake up from a dream and quickly scattered to continue with their work. However, the news that the new Holy Master had come out of seclusion and had successfully passed the Holy Tomb's test still spread like wildfire. All the Holy Land disciples who heard this news were excited, feeling that there was hope for the Holy Land. In front of the underground storehouse, Yang Kai and Su Hui came to a stop. Using their divine senses, Yang Kai found that this storehouse was made of some kind of unknown material. Even with Yang Kai's powerful divine sense, he couldn't penetrate it in the slightest. On top of that, the texture of the material surrounding the storehouse was extremely hard and solid. On the way here, Su Hui had briefly explained the situation to Yang Kai. The materials collected by 9 Heavens Holy Land were generally stored in this storehouse. After so many years, the amount of materials stored in this storehouse had become innumerable. Since the fall of the old Holy Master, this storehouse had never been opened. After nearly 2 years, there weren't many materials left in the Holy Land, and after this disaster, all of them had been completely exhausted. Many of the injured disciples didn't even have healing pills to take, let alone cultivation pills. As such, the top priority now was to quickly open this storehouse and take out the materials inside. The only key to opening this storehouse was the Holy Master Spirit Ring that Yang Kai had brought out. Following Su Hui's instructions, Yang Kai poured his Yuan Qi into the Holy Master Spirit Ring and placed the ring on his finger into a groove in the center of the storehouse's door. With a flash of light, the impregnable door slowly opened. A huge underground warehouse suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai's eyes. This warehouse was filled with all kinds of materials, herbs for alchemy, rare stones for artifact refining, pills and artifacts that had long since been refined. There were simply too many to count. Kai Yang's eyes were dazzled, and he was horrified. After all, this was the storehouse of a great force. The richness of its heritage far exceeded Yang Kai's imagination. Little brother, take a look around yourself. If you need anything, feel free to take it. I'll call some disciples over to help transport the materials. Su Hui informed Yang Kai before leaving. Immediately, Kai Yang rejoiced and began to wander about. There were countless kinds of materials here, enough to supply at least tens of thousands of people. No wonder the three nearby forces had taken the risk to attack Nine Heavens' Holy Land. Without even mentioning the fact that the Nine Peaks were an excellent place for cultivation, the materials here were enough to make anyone's eyes go red. In this world, everyone came for profit. Everyone went for profit. This was an immutable truth. Yang Kai didn't show the slightest hesitation, taking all the alchemy materials into his black book space in case he needed them. His alchemy skills still needed to be improved. Although he could now refine Saint-grade low-rank pills, he still wasn't skilled enough. Only by refining Saint-grade mid-rank pills could he go to the endless snow mountain range to find Coffin Slave and enter the mysterious small world to lift the shackles of the ancient demon clan. Compared with Nine Heavens' Holy Land, Yang Kai valued the strength of Li Rong and Han Fei more. More or less because of the ancient demon clan, Yang Kai didn't want to have much to do with Nine Heavens' Holy Land. The human and demon clans couldn't coexist, so if he were to become both the Holy Master and the leader of the ancient demon clan, these two forces would likely clash and Yang Kai would be caught in the middle. After busying himself for a while, Yang Kai collected a large number of herbs, and even the materials needed to refine the Saint Pill Li Rong had asked him to. At this point, all the materials needed to refine the Saint Pill had been collected. Yang Kai was in a good mood and felt that this trip was worth it, collecting some more crystal stones for cultivation before stopping. Su Hui was also busy, filling his universe bag with supplies and handing them to the disciples waiting outside so they could deliver them to the alchemists inside the Holy Land. After half a day, the bustle gradually subsided. Little brother, don't you need to find something? Su Hui saw that Yang Kai was empty-handed and didn't even have a universe bag on him, so he couldn't help but misunderstand. However, Su Hui was keenly aware that there were a lot fewer things in the storehouse, especially the alchemy materials, causing him to be puzzled. No need. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Then let's go out if you want. You can come here at any time. Su Hui chuckled and left the storehouse without saying anything more. Su Hui then said, I'll have to ask little brother to come with me to open the Nine Peaks Spirit Array and Barrier. Yang Kai nodded and motioned for Su Hui to lead the way. The Nine Peaks Spirit Array and Barrier were profound and were something that the Holy Land's previous Holy Masters had spent countless years perfecting. It was capable of withstanding the bombardment of Saint Realm Masters and wouldn't be damaged in a short time. Although each Holy Master was a top master at the Third Order Saint Realm, there were still times when a Holy Master would leave the Holy Land. With the protection of this Spirit Array and Barrier, the Holy Land would be safer. Yang Kai wasn't proficient in barriers and spirit arrays, almost never having dabbled in them before, but taking advantage of the Holy Master's spirit ring and following Su Hui's instructions, he didn't need to spend too much effort. All he needed to do was hold onto the Holy Master's spirit ring and follow Su Hui's instructions to open some key points. Shuttling back and forth between the Nine Peaks, Yang Kai's Yuan Qi consumed a great deal of energy, and it was only after half a day that he successfully opened the Nine Peaks Spirit Array and Barrier. The flow of world energy between the heavens and earth had obviously become much denser, and a thin layer of energy invisible to the naked eye had covered the entire nine heavens holy land, shrouding it in its own protection. Su Hui was completely shocked. He knew how much yuan qi and energy it took to open the spirit array, and even the previous generation holy master was unable to do so in half a day. This was a massive spirit array that covered the entire holy land. But Yang Kai had done it. After opening the spirit array, his face didn't even blush. His heart didn't skip a beat, as if nothing had happened. Su Hui couldn't even begin to guess just how much true qi was stored in Yang Kai's body, causing him to be completely shocked. His attitude became even more respectful. He knew that although his current cultivation was higher than Yang Kai's, in time, this young man would grow to a height that he could never hope to reach. At that time, the entire Holy Land would rely on him. Chapter 803. After a busy day, the trivial matters of the Holy Land were finally coming to an end. As night fell, not a single star could be seen. The dark sky was like the maw of a ferocious beast, enveloping the Holy Land in a heavy atmosphere. The elders and protectors of Nine Heavens Holy Land gathered together to discuss how to deal with the upcoming disaster half a month from now. After all, those people had already declared that half a month from now, they would either hand over the previous generation's Saintus or hand over the current generation's Saintus. Otherwise, they would meet on the battlefield. The three forces who had been suppressed by Nine Heavens Holy Land daring to act so arrogantly obviously had great self-confidence. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been so resolute. The previous generation's Saintus, Su Hui, and the others couldn't be handed over, and Saintus Nan was nowhere to be found. The current generation's Saintus couldn't be handed over either. Half a month from now, there would definitely be a great war. This was obvious. Yang Kai didn't know what their intentions were, but they had actually allowed Enlinger to pull Yang Kai here to listen. While they were discussing, Yang Kai remained silent, neither expressing his own opinion nor making any attempt to criticize them. Yang Kai was self-aware. Although these people had always expressed their hope that he could inherit the position of Holy Master, in this kind of crisis, he had no right to make decisions. In their opinion, he was still too young. So, Yang Kai tactfully remained silent. After listening for a while, Yang Kai was surprised to find that none of these people wanted to escape, all of them resolute in their decision to stay and fight to the death in order to defend the dignity of the Holy Land. Yang Kai secretly shook his head, not making any comments. Although he understood that where there was life, there was hope, but he also understood that it would not be easy for such a huge force to escape. Even if Su Hui and the others could safely evacuate, the rest of the disciples would likely become abandoned pawns. The most critical thing now was how to persuade the masters who had been lured here by Shattering Mystical Palace, War Spirit Temple, and Netherworld Sect. As long as they could withdraw, the remaining three forces could be easily dealt with by the Holy Land's current lineup. After discussing for a while, without any results, everyone turned their eyes to Yang Kai, who was sitting nearby. "What are you looking at me for? I'm used to being a loner, so I don't know anything about these things. You guys talk, I'll just listen." Haha. Su Hui let out a hollow laugh, his expression becoming gentle as he said, "That being said, little brother should at least have his own opinion, right? Why don't you tell us about it? Maybe we can find a way out." The others also looked at him expectantly, as if they wanted to hear his opinion. Yang Kai frowned, and although he was somewhat reluctant, he still asked, "How many Saint Realm Masters do those three forces have?" Su Hui's expression became serious as he quickly replied, "These three forces aren't very powerful, each of them only having 2 Saint Realm Masters, and most of them are First-Order Saints. The only one you need to pay attention to is Zhang Ao from Shattering Mystical Palace. That old man's cultivation is similar to mine, Second-Order Saint Realm, so if we really fight, it won't be easy to determine who will win." Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. Each force had 2 Saint Realm Masters, so in total there were 6 Saint Realm Masters, 5 of them First Order and 1 Second Order. This number and strength was just enough to put them on par with the current Nine Heavens Holy Land. Nine Heavens Holy Land now also had 1 Second Order Saint and 5 First Order Saints. This number didn't even include the Masters who had been enticed by these three forces. Nine Heavens Holy Land, which had just been attacked by Saintess Nan and was now riddled with holes, would have a difficult time dealing with such a force. Moreover, if a fight really broke out, Nine Heaven's Holy Land would likely find it difficult to establish itself in this world in the future. The number of forces involved was not small. Therefore, they didn't want to become enemies with so many forces, but since Saintess Nan was the one who had caused this trouble, Nine Heaven's Holy Land naturally had to take the blame. Haven't you thought about asking for help? Nine Heaven's Holy Land has been thriving for so many years, it should have at least some allies. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before asking, "Ask those allies for help and we'll return this favor in the future." As soon as these words came out, everyone's expression became a little awkward. Yang Kai observed everyone's expressions and instantly understood that Nine Heaven's Holy Land really didn't have many allies. When the old Holy Master was alive, they had a very high opinion of themselves, thinking that there were only a few forces in this world that could stand on equal footing with the Holy Land. So now that the sect was in trouble, no one was willing to help. Yang Kai rubbed his forehead and was speechless for a moment. He could ask for help from Soaring Heaven sect and his 4 martial uncles and martial uncles, but there was definitely not enough time. Yang Kai was afraid that before he could return to Soaring Heaven sect, Nine Heaven's Holy Land would have already been overrun. Suddenly, Yang Kai's eyes lit up and he quickly asked, "That Monster Race Great Senior. Have you ever thought about asking him for help?" Monster Race Great Senior? Su Hui's expression changed. Since he's a great senior, his strength is certainly not weak. He must have some useful subordinates. What kind of joke is that? Shirkuan frowned. That's the monster race we're talking about. They view us as a thorn in their side. If we really ask them for help, once news of this spreads, Nine Heaven's Holy Land will become a stain on the entire human race, never to rise again. And Ewing also gently nodded, agreeing with Shirkuan. No matter how bad the situation is, it's impossible for us to ask the monster race for help. Moreover, we've never even seen that monster race Great Senior before. Only the old Holy Master had some friendship with him, so whether or not we can ask him for help is another matter altogether. Yang Kai was stunned, not having expected that his proposal would actually cause them to reject him so much. Only now did he understand that he had somewhat underestimated the degree of hatred between different races. He was not a native of Tongxian realm, but rather a native of the central capital. Although he had been here for many years, the deep-rooted ideologies of this world had not affected him. Before coming here, Yang Kai had not even known that there were different races like the demon race and monster race. There is one person, if we can find him, my holy land may be able to easily resolve this disaster. Su Hui suddenly fell into contemplation and muttered softly, "Great Elder, are you referring to that person?" Chung Yutong also seemed to remember. Who? Yang Kai suddenly became curious, not knowing who they were talking about, but it seemed this person had some kind of extraordinary means. An old man with mysterious origins, I don't know his specific name, but he should be an old acquaintance of the old Holy Master. Half a year before the old Holy Master fell, he suddenly came to visit. At that time, he was still in my holy land for some time, and the old Holy Master treated him with great courtesy. It seems his friendship with the old Holy Master was not shallow, if only he could help us. That old man has an unfathomable aura, and I have never seen the old Holy Master treat anyone as politely as he did to him. He's obviously not an ordinary person. Ewing also agreed. Mysterious origins? Yang Kai was stunned. Can't you find him? Everyone shook their heads. However, he should come back to my holy land again, Su Hui suddenly said with certainty. Why? Because when he came to our holy land, there was a little girl by his side who arranged something in a certain place on the 9 peaks. After he left, the old Holy Master ordered us to guard that place and not let anyone get close to it and destroy it. My guess is that after a certain period of time, he and that little girl will come back here to take something from that place. Since that little girl arranged something, that place has become extremely cold. Meng Tianfei nodded, somewhat helplessly saying, because of this, I had to move my residence. Being exposed to that kind of cold for so long, even I couldn't bear it. Listening to them speak one sentence after another, Yang Kai suddenly understood what they were talking about. When he and Su Hui opened the Nine Peaks Spirit Array and Barrier earlier today, Yang Kai had indeed felt that there was a certain place that was different from others. It seemed to be particularly cold, but this kind of cold was different from ordinary cold. It was hard to describe, but it made people feel quite uncomfortable. Yang Kai had thought that this was a naturally occurring place in Nine Heaven's Holy Land, but he hadn't expected there to be such a factor. However, listening to them call him an old man and a little girl, two familiar figures inexplicably appeared in Yang Kai's mind. Unable to stop himself from laughing, Yang Kai couldn't help thinking that it couldn't be such a coincidence. With a smile on his face, Yang Kai asked casually, "The old man you're talking about, don't tell me he's an old man who looks like a transcendent being but actually has a pair of lustful eyes?" Su Hui gawked, but before he could answer, Yuing and Cheng Yutong both nodded. Yuing grit her teeth and said, "That old man's eyes are extremely hateful. They often look at places they shouldn't be looking at." Cheng Yutong also chimed in, "That's right, he's already so old. Yet he still doesn't respect himself. Yuing and I still politely called him that. We should dig out his eyes." The two beautiful women both wore angry looks, as if that old man had really done something to them. Su Hui laughed dumbly. "It's not as serious as you say, is it? Perhaps that old man's strength is profound and his eyes are filled with vitality." Yuing and Cheng Yutong glared at him at the same time. "Just pretend I didn't say anything," Su Hui said awkwardly. Yang Kai's expression, on the other hand, became extremely strange, his heartbeat accelerating slightly as his mood became inexplicably excited, continuing to ask, "The little girl beside him, is she wearing a veil that prevents others from seeing her true appearance, but her temperament is pure and innocent?" Everyone stared at him in amazement, Su Hui also wearing a stunned expression. "Holy Master, you, little brother, how did you know? Is that so?" Yang Kai suddenly didn't know whether to laugh or cry, adding, "Is there a light blue gem on her forehead?" Chapter 804. Hearing Yang Kai's question, everyone nodded, Yuing replying, "Although that old man was a bit hateful, the little girl who followed him was very likable. Although I haven't seen her face, I feel that she isn't any worse than our saintess, and her cultivation is also very high, not much worse than yours. Before meeting you, she was the most outstanding young person we had ever seen. That was 2 or 3 years ago. Her current cultivation should be higher than mine," Yang Kai said decisively, his mood suddenly becoming quite delicate. Meng Wuya and Xianing Chong. There were not many people in this world who could cause the Holy Master of Nine Heaven's Holy Land to treat them with respect, and Meng Wuya was perhaps one of them. Coincidentally, there was also a little girl who looked very similar to Xianing Chong. The people Su Hui and the others were talking about were definitely them. They had actually come to Nine Heaven's Holy Land before. This was quite surprising. Does little brother know them? Su Hui and the others looked at each other and found that Yang Kai seemed to be lost in thought, a meaningful smile appearing on his face, as if he was reminiscing about something, immediately understanding that this new Holy Master may have had contact with this old man and young girl. "How should I put it? I know them," Yang Kai chuckled. Su Hui's expression brightened and was about to ask something when Yang Kai interrupted, "But I haven't seen them for several years, so I don't know where they are." "Is that so?" Su Hui showed a look of disappointment, but soon recovered. "Since we can't find anyone to help, we can only rely on our own strength now. Fortunately, little brother brought out the Holy Master's spirit ring. With this spirit ring, if those people really dare to attack, we can make them pay a heavy price." And everyone nodded and continued to discuss. Yang Kai found an opportunity to sneak away. Following his memories from the day before, Yang Kai flew towards one of the 9 peaks on the left. This peak wasn't much different from the other 8, reaching several hundred meters high and towering into the sky, giving off a magnificent and majestic aura. However, starting from the middle of the mountain, it was filled with a kind of cold aura. The higher one went, the denser this aura was. Near the peak, there were even countless of different lengths of icicles that were as sinister as spears, hanging upside down under the rocks. When he activated the spirit array on this peak earlier today, Yang Kai felt a bit strange, but he didn't ask anything at the time. Now, he wanted to see what his little senior sister had arranged here. Flying upwards, it wasn't long before Yang Kai arrived at the peak. This kind of coldness that penetrated deep into one's soul, almost capable of freezing one's mind. Yang Kai carefully probed himself, and his expression changed slightly. He found that even though he had a conflagrated knowledge sea, he still had to exert all his strength to resist the chill coming from the peak. He circulated the true essence in his body, but he couldn't dispel the chill in his body. Strange. Slowly shaking his head, Kai Yang stepped forward. His courage stemmed from his skill. After a while, an extremely clear pool suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai's eyes. All the cold aura seemed to be emanating from this pool. The area around this pool was desolate and deserted. It seemed that even people from Nine Heavens' Holy Land generally didn't come here. Around the deep pool, there were indeed some obscure energy ripples that were arranged in a mysterious pattern. Yang Kai released his divine sense and carefully probed this pool, a look of joy soon appearing on his face. Sure enough, this was arranged by his little senior sister because there were traces of spirit arrays in this pool of energy. What's more, these were the spirit arrays he had taught Xianing Chong. Why would she arrange this here? According to Su Hui, she and Treasurer Ming hadn't taken anything away at that time, probably because the time wasn't right and they wanted to wait until the right time to return. What kind of secret was hidden in this icy pool? Was it related to unlocking the seal on Meng Wuya? Yang Kai secretly guessed, but he wasn't certain. Chu Ling Xiao had said that Meng Wuya had fought with the demon commander and was struck by the demon commander's profound heavenly seal, suppressing his cultivation to the peak immortal ascension boundary. He should have gone to the central capital to seek refuge, or perhaps to search for the sacred spirit medicine body. Underneath the central capital, Meng Wuya had unlocked his first seal and restored his strength to the second-order transcendent realm. After not seeing him for so many years, Yang Kai couldn't help but wonder what his current situation was. Yang Kai had always been curious about Treasurer Ming's true cultivation. This old man knew Chu Ling Xiao, Ice Sect Master, Qingya, and the old Holy Master of Nine Heavens Holy Land. Which one of these three wasn't a top-level master? Being able to recognize these people, his own cultivation couldn't be too bad. On top of that, wherever he went, he would leave behind a mysterious impression. What are you doing here in the reflecting moon pond? Suddenly, a voice called out from behind. Yang Kai had been lost in thought, so he hadn't even noticed the other party approach. Hearing this voice, his yuan qi surged but quickly calmed down, turning his head to Enling and asking, just looking around, "Is this place called Reflecting Moon Pond?" And Enling smiled, looking up at the sky. "There's no moon tonight. If there was a moon, this place would have been quite beautiful. I don't know what kind of secret this reflecting moon pond has, but it's able to make the reflection of the moon appear like it's real. In the past, Shaolian and I often came here to play." Seemingly thinking of the three sisters who had been killed by Saintess Nan, and Ling Er's mood suddenly became gloomy. Is it really that mysterious? Yang Kai quickly changed the subject, lest she become even more sad. Then the secret hidden here. Does your Nine Heavens Holy Land not know about it? Enling slowly shook her head. Great Elder didn't dare go down. No one knows how deep this reflecting moon pond is. The old Holy Master went down once to investigate, but gained nothing. After he came out, he ordered us not to enter, so no one knows what is hidden inside. Moreover, when I stood on this mountain peak before, I didn't feel cold at all. Only when I went deep into the reflecting moon pond did I realize this. But now, for some reason, it has become like this. It should be related to the things arranged by that little girl. After speaking for a while, Enling couldn't help shivering, her lips pale as she muttered, "Let's go back. It's so cold here." Yang Kai nodded, no longer insisting, and flew down with her. After a night of silence, Yang Kai also spent the entire night thinking, finally coming to a decision. The next day, Yang Kai found Su Hui and directly stated his intentions. "Great Elder, I want to see that monster race Great Senior." Hearing this, Su Hui trembled and asked in amazement, "Why do you want to see him? Could it be you want to ask him for help?" Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. "He has a friendship with the old Holy Master, but not with me. Even if I ask him for help, he won't agree." "Then why do you?" Su Hui couldn't understand. Yang Kai's expression became dignified as he hesitated for a moment before asking, Great Elder, have you ever considered temporarily abandoning the Holy Land's foundation? Abandon? Su Hui frowned. Yes, abandon. Of course, only temporarily, Yang Kai nodded. As the saying goes, where there is life, there is hope. With the current lineup of foreign enemies, the Holy Land has no way to resist. If we continue to resist, I'm afraid Nine Heaven's Holy Land will really be destroyed by your generation. When that time comes, how many of us will be able to escape? Your protector and elder's strength are profound and your cultivation is profound, so it probably won't matter if you want to escape, but what about the remaining disciples? Su Hui's expression became gloomy as he sighed deeply. How could we not know this? It's just that the Holy Land has as many as 6,000 to 7,000 disciples. Where should we go? Since Shattering Mystical Palace, War Spirit Temple, and Netherworld Sect have already chosen to offend my Holy Land. Naturally, they won't give up easily. They also know that if we don't kill a snake with a stick, I'm afraid that as soon as we leave the Nine Peaks, they will chase after us. Rather than that, we might as well stay here and fight to the death with them. So, you've considered this method? Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Su Hui nodded awkwardly. Although this would be a disgrace to our ancestors, preserving the Holy Land's bloodline is the most important. Once we have accumulated enough strength, we can make a comeback and make all those who have tried to embarrass my Holy Land pay the price. Saying so, Su Hui's expression became fierce and fierce. Very good. Since you've thought about it, there's no need for me to waste my breath. Yang Kai chuckled. I have a place where the Holy Land's people can safely settle down. As long as you stay there, they won't be able to do anything to you. Oh? Su Hui's eyes lit up as he asked in surprise. Little brother is referring to, it's not convenient to say now, but when the time comes, you'll know. Of course, the premise is that you believe me. Yang Kai paused. Of course we believe you. Su Hui nodded repeatedly before suddenly asking suspiciously, but what does this have to do with you going to see the monster race great senior? These two things have nothing to do with each other, but if you plan to temporarily abandon the Holy Land's foundation, I can go see the monster race great senior. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. The Holy Land's foundation naturally can't be given to those people for free. If that monster race great senior learns that the Holy Land is now empty, what do you think he will do? Su Hui's expression became solemn as he quickly said, the world energy aura in the monster race's territory is far less dense than the Holy Land's, and this place has been coveted by them for a long time now. If this is really the case, I'm afraid they will immediately invade and occupy the Holy Land's 9 peaks. Saying so, Su Hui suddenly understood what Yang Kai wanted to do and stared at him dumbfoundedly, his face twitching slightly, as if he hadn't expected the new Holy Master to be such a sinister and cunning person. Yang Kai grinned wickedly, his voice becoming even more demonic as he declared, My mother taught me, if people respect me 1 foot, I will respect them 10 feet. If someone destroys 1 grain of mine, I will rob them 3 times. Su Hui suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. After a long time, he couldn't help praising, Your mother is truly a heroine. Good. I know you can't decide on this matter alone. Go discuss it with Elder Yuing and the others. If they all agree, then come and inform me. Su Hui's eyes flashed as he cupped his fists. Although I can't decide on this matter, if you can agree to inherit, scram. Yang Kai didn't wait for him to finish before glaring at him with no trace of politeness. Su Hui's brow twitched as he quickly left. Chapter 805. Yang Kai didn't like to be controlled by others. His fate was always in his own hands. Therefore, he had always expressed a strong aversion to the idea of inheriting the position of Holy Master of 9 Heaven's Holy Land, because this was not what he wanted. No matter how friendly those in the Holy Land were to him, it was simply because they had ulterior motives. However, when he learned that Xianing Chong and Meng Wuya had come here and arranged some kind of method in the reflecting moon pond, Yang Kai's resistance to 9 Heaven's Holy Land inexplicably decreased. Preserving the strength of 9 Heaven's Holy Land, perhaps he would be able to meet his little senior sister here again in the future. He had already found Su Yin, and she was still in Ice Sect. concentrating on her cultivation. He wasn't worried about the old demon as he wasn't someone to be trifled with, but the whereabouts of his little senior sister was something he often worried about. Now that he finally had some hope, Yang Kai naturally didn't want to see this hope destroyed because of the invasion of foreign enemies. That was why he took the initiative to propose this to Su Hui. Soon, Su Hui returned with news that was similar to what Yang Kai had guessed. After learning that he could properly arrange for the Holy Land's disciples, the elders and protectors all expressed their willingness to temporarily withdraw and preserve their strength in order to rise again in the future and take revenge. However, when it came to where the 6,000 to 7,000 disciples would be placed, they repeatedly asked about it. Yang Kai was unwilling to answer right now, and in the end, it was only after Enlinger came forward to persuade them to give up. Since you've decided to do this, first tell me about this monster race great senior. Inside the hall, Yang Kai looked at the elders and protectors and quickly said, the more detailed the better. After coming to this world, Yang Kai had only dealt with one monster race individual, the charm monster, the lustful dragon lady who possessed the ability to poison one's soul and arouse one's deepest desires. As such, Yang Kai didn't know much about the monster race, so now that he was going to meet a monster race great senior, he naturally had to make some preparations. None of us have seen this monster race great senior before, but from what the old holy master said, he was an 8th order monster beast, scarlet flame thunder dragon, and was born with the ability to cultivate 2 different attributes. His cultivation was quite high, and his divine technique was quite good. 8th order monster beast. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he secretly guessed that a 6th order monster beast was equivalent to an immortal ascension boundary, a 7th order being a transcendent, and 8th order being a saint realm. Yang Kai's of course, he was a saint, of course, of the 3rd order. SSSSS. S to him. Of course, 7's 2's his. S of course. These 20 or so are all transcendents, that is to say, 7th order or above. They were born with fighting instincts, and although they haven't cultivated any martial skills, their combat power can't be ignored. However, they don't understand spirit arrays, so the world energy aura they live in isn't very rich, so it's completely natural. Everyone began to talk at once, sharing the little information they knew. Yang Kai listened carefully, waiting for them to finish before curiously asking, the enmity between the human and monster races isn't shallow. How did your old holy master manage to become friends with that monster race great senior? Su Hui chuckled. The monster race doesn't have many crystal stones, but they are rich in spirit grasses and spirit medicines. Once, when the old holy master went out, he seemed to have encountered that monster race great senior. The two of them fought for a while, but for some reason, they actually felt a sense of camaraderie and decided to trade. So, every once in a while, the old holy master would bring a lot of spirit stones to them in exchange for a large number of spirit grasses, spirit medicines, and rare 5-element metals. By the way, the monster race isn't very proficient in alchemy or artifact refining, so the artifacts and pills used for them were all brought to them by the old holy master. So that's how it is. Yang Kai nodded lightly. So, if that monster race great senior still remembers some old sentiments, I won't be in much danger this time. He really does remember some old sentiments. What do you mean? Su Hui asked in amazement. It's been almost 2 years since the old holy master fell, so the monster race must have received this news long ago, but they haven't taken any action. Obviously, that monster race great senior doesn't want to attack 9 Heaven's holy land. Otherwise, your current situation would only have become worse. Listening to Yang Kai's explanation, everyone thought for a moment before nodding in agreement. I heard that the monster race has something called the Beast Transformation Pond? Yang Kai suddenly asked. And Su Hui nodded. The Beast Transformation Pond is the foundation of the monster race. I don't know how it was formed, but every place that has a Beast Transformation Pond is a gathering place for the monster race. Once a monster beast breaks through to the 7th order, it is eligible to enter the Beast Transformation Pond, and if its luck is good enough, it can assume its human form. Otherwise, those monster beasts will forever remain in their beast form. Is it really that amazing? Yang Kai suddenly became interested and couldn't help wanting to take a look. Su Hui shook his head. Not every monster beast that enters the beast transformation pond is able to successfully assume human form. I heard that many monster beasts have failed, but even if they do manage to assume human form, many of them are accustomed to maintaining their true form and appear in their beast form all year round. So there are definitely more than 20 transcendents on the monster race's side, perhaps even double that number. That's quite an impressive force, Yang Kai praised. The entire Nine Heavens Holy Land only had so many transcendents, so the strength of the monster race was basically on par with Nine Heavens Holy Land at its peak. You should prepare some crystal stones first, Yang Kai ordered. Since this is the first time we are meeting as a junior, naturally we should prepare some gifts, otherwise, we may not even be able to meet the monster race great senior. Good, I'll arrange it. Su Hui nodded and immediately left. An hour later, with everything ready, Yang Kai took 2 universe bags filled with crystal stones and flew out of the 9 peaks in the direction everyone had pointed out. The various protectors and elders watched him leave, all of them wearing puzzled expressions. Great Elder, why do I feel like the new Holy Master's attitude has suddenly changed a lot? Shirkuan frowned and asked. And he suddenly became enthusiastic about the Holy Land's affairs. Before, he was quite indifferent, as if it had nothing to do with him. Chung Yutong also frowned. I don't know. Su Hui slowly shook his head. But this is a good thing. Since he is so enthusiastic about the Holy Land's affairs today, perhaps he will agree to inherit it in the future. Perhaps it has something to do with the reflecting moon pond, and Ling muttered. Oh, why do you say that? It's just a guess, and Ling smiled, unable to explain further. But Ling, can we trust him? He said there was a place where so many Holy Land disciples could settle down, and now he wants to visit the monster race great senior. I really am confused. Ewing said worriedly. Weren't you all prepared to fight to the death with those people? If he succeeds this time, there may be a chance to turn things around, but if he doesn't, you can only follow your original plan. So what difference does it make whether you believe him or not? That's true, Ewing smiled, feeling much more relieved. But I believe him. And Ling face suddenly became solemn. He has always been able to find a way out of desperate situations. I think he can do the same this time. If that's the case, after this matter is settled, whether he agrees or not, this old master will worship him as Holy Master. Su Hui declared. What Great Elder says is right. Everyone nodded, their eyes filled with expectation. Yang Kai had just flown away from the 9 peaks when he felt he was being watched. Shattering Mystical Palace, War Spirit Temple, and Netherworld Sect had bewitched many masters and attacked 9 Heavens Holy Land half a month ago. Although they were forced to retreat, they certainly hadn't gone far and should be stationed nearby to monitor the situation. Anyone who left the 9 peaks would definitely fall into their sights. However, Yang Kai didn't panic at all. Using his divine sense, he was able to clearly see the cultivation of the people tailing him. A first-order transcendent and a dozen immortal ascension boundary masters. This number wasn't enough to fill the gaps between Yang Kai's teeth. After chasing for an hour in the mountains, those people lost sight of Kai Yang. The leading transcendent wore a dignified expression and suddenly stopped, raising his hand to signal the other immortal ascension boundary masters to stop and carefully investigate their surroundings. But no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't find Yang Kai's location. Senior, where is that little brat? Among the group, a square-headed young man asked suspiciously. The leading transcendent realm master slowly shook his head, his expression dignified. That little brat is a bit strange. Let's go back. He doesn't look very old. His strength shouldn't be too high, right? The young man snorted disdainfully, thinking that this senior was being a bit too cautious. What do you know? Do you think all the young people in this world are like you? Although he looks younger than you, he was able to escape from my pursuit, so his cultivation is definitely not bad. Perhaps he has already discovered us and has set up some kind of trap ahead of us. After being scolded and despised, the young man felt a little unconvinced and snorted. I don't think he's that strong. The leading transcendent realm master sneered and no longer bothered with this young man's nonsense, simply saying, if you think you're stronger, just chase after him. Let's see if you can come back alive. Saying so, He turned around and left. This group of people didn't belong to the same force. Because they were tasked with monitoring the movements of Nine Heavens' Holy Land, the number of people sent out was quite large and somewhat messy. After the young man was reprimanded, he naturally wasn't very happy. Although he said so, seeing that this senior was about to leave, he naturally didn't have the courage to chase after him, so he could only sullenly follow behind the rest of the group in silence. At that moment, the First Order Transcendent who was leading the group came to a halt. His face suddenly filled with horror, his body trembling as his eyes bulged, as if he had seen something extremely terrifying. "What's wrong?" The young man who had been reprimanded before couldn't help muttering, following his gaze and instantly becoming dumbfounded. Chapter 806. In front of them, under a large tree, the young man who had come out of Nine Heavens' Holy Land had at some point appeared behind them. At this moment, he was standing there with a smile on his face as he stared at them mockingly. Everyone felt as if they were facing a great enemy, quickly gathering their yuan qi as they stared vigilantly at Yang Kai. This mysterious method of appearing and disappearing at will was enough to show how extraordinary Yang Kai was. These people all had some insight and naturally knew that Yang Kai was not someone to be trifled with. In particular, the Transcendent leading this group released his divine sense at close range to investigate Yang Kai, but it was as if he was throwing a stone into the sea, his divine sense being swallowed up without the slightest bit of feedback, greatly shocking him. "I'll delay him for a while. The rest of you split up," the Transcendent whispered. Yang Kai just chuckled and turned a deaf ear to these words before walking towards them. As Yang Kai's footsteps approached, everyone felt a huge pressure descend from the sky, as if a mountain was collapsing, as if an avalanche was crashing down on them, impossible to resist. The Immortal Ascension Boundary Cultivator couldn't help feeling the urge to kneel down, as if under this kind of pressure, they would soon be crushed to dust, not even their bones remaining. "Run!" The Transcendent roared, forcibly circulating his yuan qi and leaping into the air. "You think you can escape?" Yang Kai coldly snorted, sending out a sharp divine sense attack that rushed into the Transcendent Cultivator's mind, instantly tearing apart his knowledge sea defenses. The jade pendant that the man was wearing flashed with a brilliant light before exploding into dust with a crisp, cracking sound. This jade pendant was a sole defensive artifact that could actively defend against enemy divine sense attacks. Its grade wasn't too bad, at least mysterious grade mid-rank. Even so, under Yang Kai's divine sense attack, this artifact was completely destroyed. The First Order Transcendent Cultivator's body fell heavily to the ground, his eyes suddenly losing their luster. Clutching his head, the Transcendent Cultivator fell to the ground, howling miserably, his voice reaching the ears of the others, causing them to feel as if they had been plunged into an ice cellar. Only then did the square-headed young man realize how big the gap in strength between him and Yang Kai was, and he also understood that what the senior had said before was not an exaggeration. He didn't know what kind of trick Yang Kai had used to reduce a First-Order Transcendent to such a pitiful state. Just how profound was his cultivation? The miserable howls lasted for less than 10 breaths before gradually dying down. The Transcendent Realm Cultivator lay stiffly on the ground, motionless, his aura completely drained away. He was dead. The remaining dozen or so Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters all trembled, their teeth chattering as they stared at Yang Kai in horror, not knowing what to do. Yang Kai glanced over at them faintly, but when they met his eyes, all of them couldn't help averting their eyes. A dozen Immortal Ascension Boundary Cultivators. Yang Kai couldn't help laughing. Back in the central capital, this kind of lineup was already considered quite powerful, but after just a few years, Yang Kai was able to look down on these people with cold eyes. To him, they were nothing more than ants. "I'll ask you some questions. Who can answer?" Yang Kai suddenly said. These people were all in a state of panic, thinking they were about to die, so none of them reacted. However, the square-headed young man was the most quick-witted and quickly said, "Me." Yang Kai glanced over at him and nodded lightly. "Tell me, where are you stationed?" "In a mountain valley 50 kilometers away from your sect." The young man was afraid that if he answered too slowly, Yang Kai would be dissatisfied, so he quickly replied, "How many people?" "At least 3,000. That's a lot of people. What about the Saint Realm cultivators? Yang Kai continued to ask. 3,000 people. Although less than half the number of Nine Heavens Holy Land's disciples, if they really fought, it still depended on the number of masters. If the masters won, the battle would be won. If the masters lost, the battle would be lost. Once one's strength reached the transcendent realm, no matter how many cultivators below the transcendent realm came, they wouldn't be put in their eyes. Lu Gue, if you dare leak information to the enemy, be careful you won't be able to keep your head when you return. An immortal ascension boundary cultivator in the crowd suddenly recovered and shouted. Many others were also dissatisfied, glaring angrily at the young man named Lu Gue, their eyes filled with contempt and disdain. Lu Gue panicked and hesitated for a moment, not daring to continue, only staring at Yang Kai timidly and worriedly, fearing he would be dissatisfied. Yang Kai grinned gently and nodded. You can rest assured. I promise you. No one will know you told me this, so it doesn't matter if you speak a little more. Saying so, he waved his hand, causing all the immortal ascension boundary cultivators present to freeze in place, unable to move or speak, each of them shivering uncontrollably as cold sweat seeped out of their bodies. With Yang Kai's assurance, Lu Gue seemed to feel relieved and quickly revealed everything he knew. The more Yang Kai listened, the gloomier his expression became. This time, Nine Heavens Holy Land was really in trouble. Shattering Mystical Palace, War Spirit Temple, and Netherworld Sect had taken advantage of Nine Heavens Holy Land's external crisis to not only bring in their own friends and family, but also take advantage of the chaos Saintess Nan had stirred up outside to persuade more than a dozen great forces to come and attack Nine Heavens Holy Land. These dozen great forces weren't very strong, each of them having at most a single Saint Realm Master, some of them not even having such a master. Counting the 6 Saint Realm Masters each of these 3 sects already had, the total number of Saint Realm Masters was about a dozen. In terms of numbers alone, Nine Heavens Holy Land had twice as many transcendents as Nine Heavens Holy Land. If a fight really broke out, Nine Heavens Holy Land had no chance of winning. Even with the help of the spirit arrays and barriers, they would only be able to resist for a short time. As Su Hui had said, since these 3 sects had chosen to offend the Holy Land, they had made ample preparations and would not give the Holy Land a chance to make a comeback. These 3 sects had not attacked for 2 reasons. One was because they had made the declaration half a month ago, and the other was because they were waiting for reinforcements to arrive. In about 10 days, these 3 sects would launch a large-scale invasion, preparing to uproot Nine Heavens Holy Land, a behemoth that had existed for countless years, in one fell swoop and enjoy the world energy aura and resources of the 9 peaks. In addition to these 3 sects, the other great forces had basically gathered here because of Saintess Nan and had no enmity with Nine Heavens Holy Land. Lu Gue had a square head, but he was also a clever man, so under the angry gazes of his companions, he clearly told Yang Kai all kinds of information. After listening, Yang Kai already had a plan in mind. Nodding lightly, Yang Kai expressed satisfaction and patted Lu Gue's shoulder affectionately, praising, "Young man, you have a promising future. Live well?" "Yes, yes. Many thanks for the praise," Lu Gue responded awkwardly, but his expression suddenly changed as he stared at Yang Kai suspiciously. Just now, Lu Gue seemed to feel that something was missing from his knowledge sea, but after carefully examining it, he couldn't find anything. Yang Kai chuckled. "Just to be on the safe side, I'll keep your soul brand for now. After you return, don't divulge any information about me, otherwise, even if we're separated by 10 million kilometers, I can easily kill you." Lu Gue's face went pale and he couldn't help retreating a few steps, calling out in horror, "Soul brand? And don't even think about running away. I can sense your location at any time. If you dare try anything funny, the consequences, you know what will happen." "Understood, understood." Lu Gue nodded repeatedly. Although he didn't know what Yang Kai had done to him, he really did feel that his fate was in the palm of his hand. "Then that's all. I'll be going first." Yang Kai grinned, his figure flickering and disappearing from Lu Gue's sight. Lu Gue was stunned for a moment before pointing to his companions who were still standing in place and exclaiming, "What about them?" There was no response. Lu Gue's expression changed, and it was particularly interesting. A moment later, Yang Kai, who was rushing towards the monster race territory, vaguely heard a series of mournful screams and resentful curses before death. Thinking about it, Lu Gue should have already killed those immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. This little brat wasn't a good person, Yang Kai could see at a glance. Normally, he was just a petty thief. In order to ensure that the secret of what had just happened was not leaked, he would naturally silence him. This kind of person was the most despicable. However, Yang Kai needed to arrange a chess piece in the enemy camp and take advantage of this opportunity to monitor their movements. This kind of cowardly person was undoubtedly a good candidate. As for how Lu Gue would explain himself when he returned, that was his own problem. Flying all the way, according to the direction Su Hui had pointed out, Yang Kai's figure was as fast as lightning. After crossing the 10,000-foot-high mountain, Yang Kai soon felt that he had arrived at a somewhat different place. The world energy flowing through the air was vaguely strange. Just like in the Demon Land, where the world energy was mixed with a faint demonic chi, the monster race territory was also filled with a faint demonic chi. However, whether it was demonic chi or demonic chi, they were both different forms of world energy. It was only because of the creatures that lived here all year round that the world energy was slightly altered. Behind the 10,000-foot-high mountain was a forest. The Beast Sea Jungle was the territory of the monster race. Towering trees, each thick enough for several people to wrap their arms around, blocked out the sunlight. As soon as Yang Kai entered this place, he noticed that a nearby monster beast was paying attention to him. Using his divine sense to investigate, Yang Kai found that this monster beast was only at the 6th order, so he didn't pay it much mind and continued to rush forward, hoping to find a monster beast or monster race member he could communicate with. But soon, Yang Kai noticed that this monster beast was different from the ones he had encountered before. It had been tailing him, as if it had a mind of its own, monitoring him and not rashly attacking. Wherever it passed, it seemed to have come into contact with other monster beasts. As Yang Kai went deeper, the monster beast following him also increased in number. They were organized and disciplined, obviously possessing a certain level of sentience, but not high. Perceiving this, Yang Kai paused and sent out his divine sense in an attempt to communicate with them. Yang Kai was very experienced in this regard, and after communicating with the divine tree for a few days, Yang Kai knew what methods to use to deal with these creatures with low sentience. Chapter 807. The most important thing was to be patient, so that they could clearly feel that he had no malicious intentions. Only in this way would they no longer be vigilant and take the initiative to communicate with him. During this process, even the slightest bit of impatience could result in failure, stimulating their instincts and causing some bad things to happen. Somewhere in the dense forest, Yang Kai stood there quietly, restraining his aura and completely blending into the surrounding environment. He was constantly releasing his divine sense to convey his goodwill. The monster beasts that had gathered nearby hid in their hiding places, staring at Yang Kai's direction with ominous eyes. Time continued to pass, but Yang Kai was not in a hurry. After half a day, Yang Kai heard a rustling sound nearby. He turned his head and saw a huge, tiger-like monster beast slowly walking out of its hiding place. Rustle, rustle, rustle. More and more monster beasts appeared, surrounding Yang Kai from all directions. Yang Kai glanced around and suddenly felt his eyes light up. These demonic beasts were of different shapes and sizes, but every single one of them was extremely handsome. Their appearances were excellent, and they looked awe-inspiring. When they were about a dozen feet away from Yang Kai, they stopped and kept growling from their throats. At the same time, Yang Kai felt that they seemed to be releasing their divine sense, wanting to communicate with him. But their intelligence was not complete, so they could not clearly express what they wanted to express. Yang Kai smiled and transmitted his divine sense. Hello, everyone. I came here with no ulterior motives, so you don't have to worry. I just want to see your great senior. If it's convenient, can you show me the way? After the divine sense was transmitted, roar immediately came from the tiger-like monster beast, as if it was questioning Yang Kai why he wanted to see the great senior. I have something to discuss with him, Yang Kai patiently answered. All the monster beast fell into silence. They turned their heads to look at each other, seemingly unable to make a decision. After a while, the tiger-like monster beast looked up at the sky and roared. The roar was rolling like thunder, deafening to the ears. Yang Kai frowned, but he didn't show much impatience. He just stood there quietly and waited. He didn't know where the monster race's Grand Senior was, so he could only ask for help from these monster beasts that had yet to develop intelligence. After that long howl was heard, another howl came from the depths of the forest in response. Soon after, more howls came from afar, as if they were relaying, spreading further and further. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he suddenly understood something. He simply sat down cross-legged and took out a few bottles of pills from his bosom. He then threw them at the monster beast as a gesture of goodwill. These pills were all concocted by him casually. They could increase the flow of yuan qi in the body and had the effect of assisting in cultivation. When the monster beast saw this, they all leaned over and lowered their heads to sniff. The monster beast had the instinct to seek fortune and avoid disaster. They were born with the ability to distinguish between danger and danger. Although the grade of these pills wasn't very high, the overflowing aura from them naturally attracted their interest. After a while, the pills were all snatched up by the monster beast. They swallowed them like beans and looked at Yang Kai expectantly. Yang Kai shook his head and smiled bitterly. He helplessly took out a few more bottles of pills. About half an hour later, Yang Kai, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, suddenly turned his head and looked in a certain direction. In that direction, an unruly aura was rapidly approaching. Moreover, this person's cultivation wasn't low, at least at the third-order transcendent realm. In monster beast terms, this person was at the peak of the seventh order. Kong. A burly figure fell from the sky and smashed into the ground not far in front of Yang Kai like a meteor. A cloud of dust flew up and a shockwave spread out in all directions, causing the surrounding trees to sway. The monster beasts that had gathered around Yang Kai were also frightened and scattered. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and looked in front of him. He saw a burly, middle-aged man of about 40 years old standing in front of him, looking down at him condescendingly. His eyes were filled with contempt. What made him pay attention was his clothes. This person only wore some simple animal skin clothes. His hair was wild and his thick black hair was messy in the wind. At first glance, this person looked like a lion that had gone berserk, appearing rather wild and unrestrained. A monster race. Yang Kai instantly determined this person's identity. The roars just now should have been the monster beast sending him a message. After receiving the news, this monster race master had immediately rushed over. His eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty light. The monster beast, who had been getting along well with Yang Kai, seemed to have been infected by his mood. At this moment, all of them were baring their teeth and roaring towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai grinned and slowly stood up, his expression calm. "Human, you dare intrude into the beast-sea jungle. Your courage isn't small." As soon as the middle-aged monster race master appeared, he shouted, his monster chi surging as if he wanted to kill Yang Kai. "I have some matters to attend to here. I hope this friend can remain calm and listen to my explanation." Yang Kai smiled warmly. "Who's your friend?" The burly monster race master waved his broad palm, a look of disdain on his face as he spat, "Despicable human. My monster race has never been friends with you." "Ah." Yang Kai was speechless for a moment. The other party obviously rejected him, making him feel a little helpless. "Then may I ask for your excellency's name?" Yang Kai cupped his fists and asked. "Great Senior bestows the name, Wild Lion." The monster race master wore a proud expression, as if being bestowed a name by the Great Senior was a great honor, coldly snorting, "Do you remember?" "Yes." Yang Kai nodded seriously. "Damn you." Wild Lion shook his head and looked around before shouting, "What did you do to my compatriots? Why did I see them acting so intimately towards you just now?" "I didn't do anything. I just gave them some pills." Yang Kai casually explained, "Don't worry, they are all pills for cultivation. They will only benefit them and won't do them any harm." "Pill?" Wild Lion's eyes lit up, as if he was very sensitive to these two words. Yang Kai chuckled and asked, "I still have some here. Does Brother Wild want some?" "It's our first time meeting, so I didn't prepare anything. This is just a small gift to show my respect." Saying so, Yang Kai tactfully took out a few bottles of pills and handed them over. Wild Lion's expression showed that he was tempted, but there was a trace of struggle between his eyebrows. However, after smelling the pill fragrance, he immediately destroyed his reason and snatched the bottles of pills away, saying in a dissatisfied tone, "Despicable bastard, don't even think about using these things to gain my favor. And, although this father likes you a lot now." Yang Kai laughed involuntarily, secretly feeling that this guy was a little too naive. If all monster race masters were like this Wild Lion, it would be easy to deal with them. After inspecting the bottles of pills, Wild Lion stuffed them into his trouser pocket with satisfaction. He kept them close to him and treasured them to death. Curling his lips, Wild Lion squinted at Yang Kai and said, "I heard you want to see the great senior?" Without asking, he understood Yang Kai's purpose in coming here. Obviously, the beast roars just now contained information that Yang Kai could not understand. Brother Kwong, can you recommend me?" Wild Lion sneered. "Boy, what kind of place do you think my BC jungle is? Who do you think my monster race great senior is? Do you think he is someone you can meet just because you want to? Seeing that you are so tactful, I won't kill you. Just go back to where you came from. Don't be presumptuous here. If you dare to stay here before sunset today, when dusk falls, it will be the time of your death." Yang Kai frowned and patiently said, "Brother Wild Lion, I really have something important to discuss with your great senior. Can you make it easy for me? Don't try to provoke me. You humans always overestimate yourselves. If you anger me, your end will be very miserable. The Beastie Jungle has never allowed humans to enter, so today I will be showing you mercy." Wild Lion coldly snorted, clearly not giving Yang Kai any leeway. Yang Kai chuckled. "Is that so, Brother Wild Lion? I heard that someone used to come to the Beastie Jungle from time to drink and chat with your great senior." Wild Lion's expression changed as he shouted, "Where did you hear that? Oh, why does that ring on your hand look so familiar?" "Because when that person came, he was wearing this ring." Yang Kai raised his hand and pointed the ring towards Wild Lion so he could see it more clearly. "Nine Heavens Holy Land. The old Holy Master fell. You should have heard. In a sense, I am his successor. The old Holy Master and your great senior were friends, so I wanted to ask your great senior for a small favor." "You're his successor?" Wild Lion couldn't help widening his eyes as he stared at Yang Kai in amazement. That guy was very powerful. He even fought evenly with great senior. So how come you, his successor, are so weak? He looked down on Yang Kai, as if he could flick his finger and send Yang Kai flying. Yang Kai didn't care and continued, "You should know that our old Holy Master brought you a lot of crystal stones and pills. These past 2 years, you haven't received this kind of treatment, right? Since I took over the position of the old Holy Master, I can bring you many things in the future, such as... Wild Lion's attention couldn't help being attracted. "For example, the bottles of pills I just gave you." Yang Kai smiled lightly. "Those are already mine." Wild Lion covered his pockets as he stared at Yang Kai vigilantly, fearing he would try to take them back. "I know, they are yours." Yang Kai nodded lightly, "But in the future, if you want to take them back, you must first let me see your great senior. Only when I reach an agreement with your great senior can I continue to bring you these things, right?" Wild Lion looked up at the sky, his brow furrowed as a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. After thinking about it for a while, he scratched his head and muttered, "Why do I feel like what you said is a bit inexplicable, but it also makes sense? Brat, you're not lying to me, right?" Saying so, he glared at Yang Kai angrily. Yang Kai remained calm, not showing the slightest sign of guilt. Chapter 808. After interacting with him for a while, Yang Kai could see that although this mad lion had gained sentience, he wasn't very clever. Just like many monster beasts, he followed his instincts in many ways. After all, this was a monster beast manifestation, so it was understandable. Such a person's likes and dislikes were written all over his face. He wasn't scheming, and sometimes he was easy to deal with, but sometimes he would turn hostile very quickly. If he found someone pleasing to the eye, he would act friendly, but if he was unhappy, he would immediately attack. In a sense, Yang Kai felt that this kind of person was very interesting. So when facing Mad Lion, he didn't feel the slightest bit unnatural. And fine, I'll take you to Thunder Tree Palace, but whether the great senior wants to see you or not is not up to me. Mad Lion hesitated for a while before agreeing. Many thanks. Yang Kai secretly breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that he had obtained the other party's approval. Thunder Tree Palace. Although he didn't know what kind of place it was, he could vaguely guess that it should be the place where the monster race great senior lived. He had come up with an impressive name. After Mad Lion agreed, he didn't delay and immediately set off with Yang Kai, warning him repeatedly not to play any tricks, otherwise he would definitely teach him a lesson. Yang Kai didn't agree. It wasn't until now that Yang Kai realized how vast the Beast Sea jungle was. There were tens of thousands of monster beasts living here, from newborn cubs to masters who had already achieved human form. There were all kinds of monster beasts here, including almost all species of the monster race. There were only a few monster race gatherings like this in the entire monster race domain, and each of them was ruled by a monster race great monarch. The human territory, the monster race territory, and the demon territory. Among them, the human territory was the largest, followed by the demon territory, and the monster race territory was the smallest. The Beast Sea jungle occupied 1/10 of the entire monster race territory. From here to Thunder Tree Palace, it would take at least 3 days of travel. A round trip of 3 days would take him 6 days, so there was still enough time. So Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry. Flying forward, he followed behind Kwang Shi at a leisurely pace, enjoying the scenery of the Beast Sea jungle. Using his divine sense, he found that all kinds of rare ores, spirit herbs were growing in the dense forest, and no one was interested in mining them. Occasionally, some monster beast would directly swallow those rare spirit grasses and spirit medicines, swallowing them like a cow chewing on peonies. When Yang Kai saw this, he couldn't help but have the urge to vomit blood. If he could use those materials to refine pills, the effects would increase by at least several times. It would be far more effective than swallowing them directly. But now wasn't the time to pursue this matter. Although Yang Kai felt that it was a pity, he didn't say anything. He just kept praising the Beast Sea jungle for its richness. These words were exactly what Mad Lion wanted. After spending a day together, Mad Lion realized that this human was actually quite nice. His words were quite pleasant to hear. After Yang Kai gave him some artifacts that were suitable for his use, Mad Lion immediately became friendly with him. The Saint Grade artifacts he obtained in the Holy Tomb, Yang Kai naturally couldn't give them away casually. Each of those artifacts was priceless and rare in this world. Even if he had to give them away, he would give them to those closest to him. However, Yang Kai had a lot of other artifacts that weren't too high or too low in grade. The last time he went to the sea with Enlinger, he had collected some of them from the ancient ruins at the bottom of the sea. Now, he decided to give them to Yang Kai. Holding an artifact in one hand and a pill in the other, Mad Lion's demeanor became very flattering. When Yang Kai called him Brother Kwang or friend, he didn't have the slightest resistance. The entire journey was uneventful, with Mad Lion leading the way. Although there were occasionally some monster race masters who were alarmed, none of them tried to embarrass Yang Kai. After hearing that he was the new holy master of 9 Heavens' holy land, all of them cast curious glances towards him and happily let him pass. Perhaps in the eyes of these monster race masters, without 9 Heavens' holy land, they wouldn't be happy. In the past, every once in a while, the old holy master would bring a large number of spirit stones, pills, and artifacts, but after 2 years, none of them had seen anything, so naturally they were reminiscing about the past. 3 days later, a towering ancient tree suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai's eyes. That ancient tree was as majestic as a mountain peak, piercing straight into the clouds. Its huge canopy almost blocked out the sunlight in a radius of dozens of miles, and its slanted branches were extremely dense. Yang Kai was stunned. When he first saw this ancient tree, he thought he was seeing things, but after carefully confirming it, he realized it was really just a tree. It was just that this tree was a little too big. Nothing was too strange in this world. Compared to this ancient tree, the divine tree in the Black Book space was as weak as a 3-year-old baby. Mad Lion saw the shocked expression on Yang Kai's face and shook his head proudly. Do you see that? That is Thunder Tree Palace, the place where Great Senior and the masters of my race live. Great Senior lives in a wooden house at the top. Why is it called Thunder Tree Palace? Yang Kai asked curiously. Mad Lion snorted and explained. That is a 10,000-year thunder-devouring wood, naturally able to attract the power of thunder from the 9 heavens. You must have heard that our Great Senior's true form is a noble scarlet flame thunder dragon. So Great Senior's cultivation requires the power of thunder, so this place is perfect for him. Attracting the power of thunder? Yang Kai was stunned. Does that mean it's fine for others to live here? Great Senior's methods are not something you can imagine. The power of thunder from the 9 heavens that falls from the sky is only absorbed by Great Senior. It doesn't affect others. Mad Lion explained proudly. Of course, there are also a few people who need the power of thunder for their cultivation, so Great Senior will share some with them. Along the way, Yang Kai also learned that Mad Lion greatly worshipped Great Senior. As long as it was related to Great Senior, Mad Lion would show an expression of worship. Therefore, facing Mad Lion's pride at this moment, Yang Kai was already numb to it and just nodded lightly. So that's how it is, your Great Senior is really amazing. Of course, Mad Lion grinned meaningfully. I wonder if I, Mad Lion, will ever be able to reach Great Senior's level in this life. Anyway, come with me. We'll be there soon. Yang Kai nodded and kept up with him. After a short while, the two of them arrived at the foot of the huge ancient tree. As soon as he arrived here, Yang Kai felt many divine senses lock onto him from all directions, penetrating every inch of his skin like mercury, as if they wanted to inspect him from the inside out. Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged as he allowed them to inspect him, not showing the slightest intention of resisting, simply looking around coldly. Below the ancient tree, there were originally many monster beasts, each one of these monster beasts with a fierce appearance and vigorous physique. Purpleback blood spider, golden thread steel turtle, green phosphorus leopard, scarlet marten. All kinds of monster beasts that Yang Kai couldn't name were here. Seemingly attracted by Yang Kai's aura, these monster beasts stood up from where they were crouching and stared towards him with unfriendly looks on their faces, their eyes meeting and their divine senses communicating with one another, as if they were trying to communicate something. Yang Kai secretly shivered, knowing that these monster beasts couldn't be compared to the ones he encountered in the Beastie jungle. These monster beasts undoubtedly possessed high intelligence, not inferior to Kwang Shi in the slightest, and their ranks were not low either, each of them at least 7th order or above. Yang Kai secretly guessed that they might be monster race masters who couldn't transform into human form or preferred to maintain their beast form. Under the gazes of so many people, Yang Kai remained calm, his expression calm, attracting the attention of these monster beasts. On the contrary, Kwang Shi, who had arrived here, was a little cautious, smiling foolishly as he greeted the people around him before turning to Yang Kai and saying, "You wait here. I'll go report to Master Kai Dai. Whether or not we can see Great Senior, we'll have to ask her first." Yang Kai gently nodded. Kwang Shi leapt up towards the top of the ancient tree and soon disappeared. Yang Kai stood in place and waited, surrounded by a number of powerful monster beasts, all of them circling around him, as if he was an uninvited guest. However, he was already mentally prepared. Asterisk sha sha sha. Asterisk suddenly, a rustling sound came from above, and at the same time, several figures landed on the trunk of the tree, condescendingly serving Yang Kai, their eyes filled with ridicule. Hearing the noise, Yang Kai raised his head and couldn't help narrowing his eyes. These were several monster race masters who had transformed into human form. Like Kwang Shi, they wore simple and crude clothing, fully displaying their wild nature, and more or less retained some traces of their beast form. The middle-aged man on the left had a hairy tail behind him, a square face, a mane covering his cheeks, and a pair of eyes filled with dignity. Looking at his appearance, his true body should be that of an ape. The woman on the right had a graceful figure, her snow-white slender thighs and flat belly exposed to the air, a pair of small canine teeth at the corner of her mouth flashing with a cold light, and 2 small and cute cat ears on both sides of her forehead. It was unknown whether her true body was a tiger or a cat. Yang Kai couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. Standing on the trunk, they only observed Yang Kai, seemingly having no intention of making things difficult for him, all of them remaining silent. The woman with the cat ears showed a rather interested expression, muttering something under her breath, her small canine teeth becoming more and more exquisite. Their eyes met. Yang Kai gently nodded, and the several monster race masters lightly pursed their lips and sneered. Suddenly, a scream came from above the ancient tree. Hearing this scream, Yang Kai frowned, because this scream was clearly from Kuang Shi, who had led him here, and it seemed that he had been severely beaten and was falling from above. Accompanied by a series of cracking sounds, Kuang Shi's burly body smashed through countless branches and fell heavily to the ground under Yang Kai's gaze, directly smashing a large hole in the ground. Daring to casually bring a human to my Thunder Tree Palace, Kuang Shi, are you tired of living? If so, I'll send you on your way right now. A tender shout suddenly came from above, accompanied by a seven-colored light that flashed in front of Yang Kai. Immediately after, a beautiful figure appeared, quietly floating in the air. Although she was reprimanding Kuang Shi, her beautiful eyes were staring at Yang Kai, cold as a blade. Chapter 809. At the same time as this voice sounded, an extremely dangerous aura rushed towards him, causing Yang Kai's hair to stand on end. The Yuan Qi in his body also began circulating uncontrollably to resist the invisible pressure coming from this figure. The other party was a woman, an exceptionally beautiful one at that. She was dressed neatly in a long moon-white dress that wrapped around her enchanting and graceful figure. There were some floral patterns printed on the hem of her dress, giving her a somewhat petite and cute appearance, but the aura she exuded was extremely sharp. Moreover, behind her was a pair of seven-colored wings. These wings were different from Yang Kai's wind and thunder wings. They were more like the wings of a butterfly, wide and flexible, gently fluttering about, releasing an intoxicating fragrance. These wings looked thin and light, but they had obviously been refined by her into something akin to an artifact. The edges of these wings gleamed with a cold light. Yang Kai had no doubt that this pair of wings alone could cut through gold and break stone, comparable to the sharpest weapon in the world. As soon as this woman appeared, the monster race masters who had been paying attention to Yang Kai all wore solemn expressions and respectfully saluted. Saint Realm. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he immediately judged the cultivation of this petite woman with a pair of seven-colored wings. What's more, she was not an ordinary Saint Realm cultivator. Being able to cause Yang Kai such a huge amount of pressure, she was at least a second-order saint. No, Kaidai Master, please listen to my explanation. Kuang Shi, who had been knocked to the ground and smashed into the ground, struggled to his feet, his face swollen and battered, but he didn't dare show the slightest dissatisfaction and simply shouted anxiously, "What's there to explain?" Kaidai stared at Kuang Shi coldly, lightly snorting as she waved her hand and an invisible suction force appeared, pulling all the artifacts and pills in Kuang Shi's arms into her hand. After receiving benefits from a human, you brought him to Thunder Tree Palace? Kuang Shi, you're quite bold. Kaidai shouted in a low voice. The flapping of the wings on her back seemed to speed up, her beautiful eyes filled with a cold, killing intent. Wild Lion's face paled as he kept waving his hands. It's not like that. No, it's like this. This human gave Wild Lion some things and told me to bring him here. But there is a reason. I don't care what your reason is. Daring to break the rules set by the great senior, you will die today. Kaidai coldly snorted, preparing to attack Kuang Shi. Yang Kai hurriedly took a step forward. As soon as he lifted his foot, it seemed to affect the nerves of many Demon Clan experts. In the next moment, countless gazes were fixed on him, and waves of pressure came from all directions like a tide. Yang Kai's flesh and blood wriggled, resisting the pressure that was enough to crush a person to pieces. He slowly put his foot down and took a step forward. All the Yao clan cultivators revealed looks of surprise. They did not expect that Yang Kai would be able to do such a thing with his cultivation. Master Kaidai, is it? Yang Kai cupped his fists and calmly said, "This junior is the new holy master of Nine Heavens' Holy Land, Yang Kai. I asked Brother Kuang to lead me to Thunder Tree Palace because I wish to meet with Great Senior and discuss something important." The new holy master of 9 heavens holy land? Kai-Dai frowned, seemingly not believing this. Yes, yes, Kai-Dai master. It is precisely because he is from 9 heavens holy land that I brought him here. Otherwise, how could I have the courage to do such a thing? Kai-Dai master is wise. Kwang Shi nodded repeatedly, cold sweat dripping down his forehead, secretly feeling that he had suffered a great loss this time. If he had known Kai-Dai would be so angry, he wouldn't have brought young Kai to Thunder Tree Palace. Just because you say so? Kai-Dai's expression became cold as she shouted, "What evidence do you have?" The Holy Master's spirit ring is the best evidence. Yang Kai raised the ring on his hand. The monster race masters looked at it for a moment before bursting into laughter. Kai-Dai coldly snorted. How can a ring prove your identity? This ring is indeed worn by that man who often visited my Thunder Tree Palace, but how do I know where you obtained it? Then how does Master Kai-Dai want me to prove it? Yang Kai stared at her indifferently. Kai-Dai spat disdainfully, her body suddenly growing taller as she sat on the tree trunk where the cat-eared woman was, lightly saying, "You don't need to prove anything, since you dared come here. Only death awaits you. Kwang Shi, you brought this person here. How to deal with him, you know clearly in your heart, right?" Kwang Shi stared at Yang Kai for a moment before nodding lightly. Understood. Kwang Shi, do your best. Don't lose to this human. Come on. Dig out his heart. The heart of a human cultivator is the most delicious. If you lose, we'll all look down on you. On the tree trunk, several monster race experts began to shout in high spirits. They sat down as if they were watching a show, quietly waiting for the show to begin. Kwang Shi cursed a few times in his heart, although he was somewhat unwilling. Since Kai-Dai said so, there was nothing he could do. He could only helplessly look at Yang Kai and say, "Boy, I'm sorry, if you die here, don't blame this Kwang Shi for being too ruthless. Brother Kwang, feel free to make your move." Yang Kai smiled, looking at Kai-Dai provocatively. "I also want to see what kind of methods the monster race masters have. Elder sister Kai-Dai, this guy is quite interesting. He's not afraid at all." The cat-eared woman looked at Yang Kai in surprise. "Humph, humans like to play tricks the most. He'll be in for a good time." Kai-Dai coldly snorted, seemingly having a good understanding of humans. In. Kwang Shi will definitely tear him to pieces." The cat-eared woman also nodded. From below, a roar suddenly rang out as Kwang Shi's hair fluttered in the wind, his body like a war chariot, charging straight at Yang Kai, his momentum soaring like a rainbow. Although he did not use any moves, nor did he use any special abilities, the force behind his charge was enough to break through a mountain. Yang Kai intended to test the extent of his strength, standing in place without dodging. His muscles tensed as he raised his hands to meet the attack. Hong. A violent burst of energy erupted. Yang Kai only felt an irresistible force in front of him as his body flew out uncontrollably. His face trembling, Yang Kai realized that he had underestimated Kwang Shi's strength. Just this brute force alone was enough to allow him to stand in an invincible position against many enemies. Stabilizing his body in midair, Yang Kai landed on the ground, retreating a few steps before coming to a stop. "So weak?" The cat-eared woman curled her lips, suddenly feeling somewhat disappointed. On the other hand, Kai-Dai's beautiful eyes narrowed, a look of surprise flashing across her face. Originally, she had thought that Yang Kai was not that strong. The energy fluctuations coming from his body were clear to see at a glance. His strength was obviously worse than Kwang Shi's. But after this collision, Kai-Dai was surprised to find that although this human had not been able to block the attack, he did not seem to be injured at all. She had thought that Yang Kai would definitely end up with his arms crushed. Interesting, this boy seems to have some skill. Kai-Dai's interest was piqued, and she began to pay close attention to him. After sending Yang Kai flying, Kwang Shi seemed to be very dissatisfied with the result, not giving Yang Kai any time to catch his breath, roaring as he once again pounced at Yang Kai, his monster chi releasing an extremely violent and bloodthirsty aura. "Brother Kwang, be careful." Yang Kai coldly stared at him as he waved his hand downwards. From the void, a giant golden sword suddenly appeared. carrying with it an irresistible force as it slashed down towards Kwang Shi's head. The giant sword swept through everything in its path, releasing a crackling sound as if it could cut through space itself. Mad Lion, who was running forward, suddenly changed his expression and quickly stopped. The moment the giant sword was about to reach him, he raised his arms to block in front of him. Kong Chong. The profound heavenly sword struck Kwang Shi's arms, producing a crisp sound as if it had struck metal. The giant golden sword shattered and Kwang Shi's burly body was smashed to the ground, a shallow wound appearing on his arms as blood began to seep out. Yang Kai raised his brow, a look of excitement appearing on his face. Kwang Shi's arms had actually managed to block the profound heavenly sword's attack. It was clear that his physique was not inferior to a high-grade artifact. The monster race really has some skill. With his arm injured, Kwang Shi turned a deaf ear to Yang Kai's words. After shattering the profound heavenly sword, a dazzling light suddenly burst out from his burly body. Taking advantage of Yang Kai's moment of distraction, Kwang Shi flashed behind Yang Kai, his 10 fingers suddenly forming a series of sharp claws as he clawed towards Yang Kai's back. With a single strike, these claws directly split Yang Kai in two. Kwang Shi was stunned for a moment as he faintly felt that something was wrong because just now, he did not feel like he had struck anything, nor was there any trace of blood. Kwang Shi, he's behind you. The cat-eared girl watched anxiously and quickly reminded him. Yang Kai smiled lightly as a spear suddenly appeared in his hand, and before Kwang Shi could turn around, he threw it straight at him. Heaven-punishing spear. Kwang Shi's reaction was also extremely fast. After receiving the cat-eared girl's reminder, he immediately dodged, leapt into the air, and swooped down like a hunting eagle, his monster chi condensing into a sealed space, completely blocking Yang Kai's path of retreat. However, a palm imprint suddenly appeared in front of Kwang Shi's eyes, growing larger and larger, more and more terrifying until it completely covered his eyes, making it impossible for him to see anything else. Heaven-covering hand. Kwang Shi was sent tumbling a dozen times before crashing to the ground. Atop the tree trunk, the several monster race masters were all dumbfounded. Their cultivations were all quite good, so they could clearly feel that in terms of cultivation and strength, Yang Kai was far inferior to Kwang Shi, but in this battle, Kwang Shi was being toyed with like a toy in the palm of his hand. Not only was he unable to approach his opponent, but he could only take a beating without being able to fight back. This was unacceptable to all of them. While they were in a daze, Kwang Shi had already climbed up from the ground, as if the battle just now had truly enraged him. At this moment, the monster chi in his body was quite unstable, his expression ferocious, his eyes bloodshot, as if he would not rest until he had killed Yang Kai. Yang Kai was also not afraid, simply using his 9 heavens divine skills to deal with this enemy. From beginning to end, Yang Kai had not used his full strength. This battle with Kwang Shi was simply a show for the owner of the pair of eyes that were paying attention to this place. If he was not mistaken, the owner of those eyes was the monster race great senior. Chapter 8:10. Yang Kai had fully comprehended the 9 heavens divine skills in the Holy Tomb. All he lacked now was experience and maturity. With Kwang Shi, who was equivalent to a third-order transcendent master, to be his practice partner, Yang Kai couldn't ask for anything better. During the battle, the 9 heavens divine skills blossomed with astonishing brilliance, and the more they fought, the more proficient Yang Kai became in using them. The monster race masters on the tree trunk all saw that something was wrong. Kwang Shi wasn't Yang Kai's opponent at all. Elder Sister Kai Dai, this human is quite interesting. How can he use so many tricks when fighting? The cat-eared girl's eyes lit up, as if she had just seen something novel, repeatedly praising. Kai-Dai gently nodded and patiently explained, humans don't have our monster race's innately strong physique, so they can display some things called martial skills, using the true chi in their bodies. There are even many human martial skills that imitate our monster race's abilities. In the future, when you fight with humans, don't underestimate these, otherwise you will suffer a great loss. I'll remember. The cat-eared girl nodded heavily, suddenly becoming excited. Elder Sister Kai Dai, can you catch this human and let me play with him? He can use so many tricks. It'll definitely be fun to play with him. Kai Dai was stunned, rubbing her forehead and smiling bitterly. I'm afraid that won't be possible. Why?
Because.
Kai Dai hadn't finished speaking when her expression suddenly became solemn, looking up towards Thunder Tree Palace, as if she had received some kind of order, nodding firmly, yes. Saying so, she stood up and coldly stared down at the battle below, shouting, enough! With this order, Guangshi immediately retreated from Yang Kai's side, staring at him with a strange expression, shaking his head. You're quite strong. Fortunately, I didn't act rashly a few days ago. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have suffered a great loss. Brother Quang is too polite. You're not bad yourself. Yang Kai chuckled. That's... Guangshi suddenly felt proud of himself, but when he felt Kai Dai's cold eyes looking at him, he immediately turned around and ran away. From afar, his voice sounded out, I'm going to patrol. The forest hasn't been peaceful for a while. After he left, Yang Kai looked up at Kai Dai and smiled. Did I pass your test? You think you're so smart. Kai Dai's eyes flashed with disgust as she coldly said, Come with me. Great Senior wants to see you. Saying so, she flapped her wings behind her back. Yang Kai nodded and quickly followed behind her. The monster race masters on the tree palace, the tree trunk, Yang Kai's master, and Yang Kai's master's master. But still, Yang's master, Yang Kai. The cat-eared girl simply pursed her lips, looking at Yang Kai with a reluctant expression. As Kai Dai flew higher and higher, the ancient tree really reached the sky, its branches wide and lush. As Kai Dai flew up, Yang Kai saw many monster race masters making holes in the tree trunk, settling down here or building some tree houses on the trunk. The entire ancient tree was like a large family, with monster beast figures everywhere. Yang Kai inexplicably felt that this place had a unique cohesive force. Throughout the world, there were many monster beast masters, but the number of monster race masters that had gained sentience was very small. So compared to the human race and demon race, the monster race was much more united. Below the Great Senior, everyone was as close as brothers and sisters. Although Guangshi seemed to be panicking when he saw Kai Dai, he didn't care too much about formalities. In the monster race, everything that had nothing to do with survival and strength was unnecessary. There weren't many monster race masters in human form, most of them still maintaining their beast form. Since entering the Beast Sea jungle until now, Yang Kai had seen no more than 10 monster race masters in human form. Every one of them was a master. The higher they flew, the richer the world energy became. Moreover, Yang Kai was keenly aware that the trunk of this ancient tree contained a lot of thunder attribute essence, probably because it had attracted the power of the ninth heaven's thunder attribute for many years. This 10,000-year thunder devouring would have been stained with the aura of thunder. After a long time, Yang Kai felt like he and Kai Dai had stepped into the clouds, surrounded by clusters of cotton-like white clouds, within reach of one's hand, a beautiful sight to behold. Amidst these white clouds, there was an exquisitely built wooden house, standing tall on a slanted branch of an ancient tree. A long aura that Yang Kai couldn't help but spread out from the wooden house. Yang Kai secretly shivered. Go in. The Great Senior is waiting for you inside. Kai Dai came to a stop in front of the wooden house and pointed to Yang Kai. Many thanks. Yang Kai nodded lightly and stepped inside. After entering the wooden house, Yang Kai immediately saw a middle-aged man sitting in the middle of the room. This middle-aged man was quite handsome and wore simple linen clothes. He looked harmless to humans and animals, but on both sides of his forehead, there were 2 short horns that were not even as long as a finger. The pair of horns were red and blue in color and contained rich fire and lightning energy. From time to time, they would flash with a strange light. His true body was a peak 8th order monster beast, the Scarlet Flame Thunder Dragon, the monster race Great Senior. Yang Kai solemnly said. The Great Senior slowly opened his eyes, staring at Yang Kai faintly, without the slightest intention of looking at him. But under his gaze, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little uncomfortable, as if all his secrets were being completely exposed in front of him. His heart clenching, Yang Kai quickly sealed his knowledge sea and restrained his aura. The great senior faintly smiled. Together with his handsome face, he looked somewhat devilish. He asked, "Are you that guy's successor?" Yang Kai nodded, knowing that the person this great senior was talking about was the old holy master of Nine Heavens' Holy Land. "My cultivation is not as good as his, but my aptitude is good." "Great senior is too kind. Then why have you come here?" The great senior continued to ask. "The beast sea jungle generally does not allow humans to enter. Those who dare enter have become food for my clansmen. Seeing that you are that guy's successor, I didn't order them to touch you. But if you dare make me unhappy, your end will be very miserable. I have a friendship with that guy, but that doesn't mean I have a friendship with his force, so you'd best think carefully before you answer." Although the great senior's tone was flat, Yang Kai could still hear the impatience hidden in his tone. Perhaps the great senior felt he was too young, and his cultivation was not enough to speak with him on equal footing. Yang Kai just chuckled, not showing any fear as he slowly took out the 2 universe bags he had brought with him and placed them in front of the great senior. "I heard that the old holy master has a good relationship with great senior, so as his successor, this junior naturally came to greet great senior. After all, we may meet again in the future." The monster race great senior sneered, not even glancing at the 2 Chinquan bags as he said disdainfully, "I'm on good terms with him because I recognize his strength." "What part of you can make me recognize? Perhaps in a few hundred years you'll have such qualifications, but right now, you're not." Yang Kai frowned. "A few hundred years? It won't take that long, at most 20 to 30 years. I'll be qualified." The monster race great senior sneered lightly and shook his head, arrogant enough. "Then you can come back in 20 to 30 years, provided you can live that long." The great senior had a look of disdain on his face as if Yang Kai was the kind of person who would die early and be reincarnated early, making Yang Kai very unhappy. Frowning, Yang Kai asked, "Great senior, aren't you interested in making an investment deal?" "Investment?" The great senior glanced sideways at Yang Kai and chuckled. "Invest in you? Why would I do that? I'm not interested in benefits that I can't see." Without waiting for Yang Kai to answer, the great senior said, "You're having a hard time now, aren't you?" Yang Kai nodded lightly and asked suspiciously, "Has great senior heard about the current situation of the Holy Land?" The great senior slowly shook his head. "I have no interest in inquiring about your situation, but that guy came here before he died and predicted the current situation." "The old holy master predicted it?" Yang Kai was stunned. "Yes, he knew he wouldn't live much longer and told me that before he died. He should also get rid of the woman by his side. But in the end, she was a woman who had accompanied him for his entire life, so he couldn't do it. After his death, that woman will definitely stir up the anger of the heavens. I think you should be besieged by many people by now." Yang Kai nodded seriously, "So great senior knows the purpose of my trip." The great senior sneered and stood up. "I knew as soon as you came. Unfortunately, I won't help you, even if you can bring a lot of materials to my monster race that we don't have. The reason my monster race has been able to reproduce for so long is not because we only have a few masters, but because we don't intervene in the affairs of other races. Once we leave the beast sea jungle and enter your human territory, the situation will no longer be something I can control. Don't you humans also have a saying called, putting one's own safety before others? For a little benefit, I would put my entire race in danger. Do you think I, as the monster race's great senior, would be so short-sighted?" As he spoke, his eyes became sharp. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. "Since great senior understands so thoroughly, I won't say anything more. In fact, whether you help me or not, the people of the Holy Land won't be in any danger, and we've already decided to temporarily give up on the Holy Land. We'll wait until the day we accumulate enough strength to make a comeback. However, I don't want to give the resources of the 9 Peaks to outsiders for free." Thinking that great senior and the old holy master were friends, I wanted to ask you to look after them for a while, so you can take advantage of this opportunity to improve your strength. The monster race great senior frowned and stared at Yang Kai coldly, as if trying to see through his true thoughts at this moment. After pondering for a moment, the great senior said, "The spirit arrays of your place are very powerful and the world energy aura is indeed rich. If my clansmen can cultivate there, their strength will grow rapidly. But this alone is not enough. We will not leave the beastly jungle. What if I can leave all the alchemists of the Holy Land with you to assist you in alchemy? Yang Kai suddenly proposed. As far as I know, your monster race doesn't have anyone proficient in alchemy. I can even leave all the artifact refiners to you. Before we return, they can provide you with a lot of pills and artifacts. Of course, you'll have to provide materials. I think this shouldn't be difficult for you. Chapter 811. The monster race was not proficient in alchemy or artifact refining, but they did not lack materials. The spirit grasses and spirit medicines were directly swallowed by the monster beast, and the rare ores were also ignored. If these things could be put to good use, it would be enough to greatly improve their strength. Although this monster race Great Senior's attitude was very firm at the beginning, stating that he would not intervene in the affairs of the human race, Yang Kai still caught a glimpse of something interesting from his words. He wanted his people to go to the Nine Peaks and use the rich world energy there to cultivate, but the conditions proposed by Yang Kai were not enough to move him. In other words, this great senior was a master who would not act until he saw an incentive. As long as there were enough benefits, his insistence would be worthless. Therefore, Yang Kai took this opportunity to propose that the Holy Land's alchemists and artifact refiners stay behind. Sure enough, this great senior was greatly moved, but he still hesitated. Yang Kai chuckled. There is a crystal stone lode inside the Nine Peaks. Before we return, you can mine it as much as you want. No matter how much crystal stone you mine, it will all be yours. The great senior suddenly raised his brow and stared at Yang Kai with interest. All of the proposals you put forward are completely based on the interests of my monster race. Why is that? It's not as simple as just wanting us to guard your home, is it? The main reason is that there is a place I want Great Senior to protect. Yang Kai was silent for a while before suddenly saying, because if the Nine Peaks fall into the hands of those people, they may destroy that place. That is not what I want to see. That place should be very important to you. Yes, but it is of little value to Great Senior and the masters of the monster race. Yang Kai nodded. Are you so sure that after my people occupy that place, we will return the Nine Peaks after you return? The Great Senior looked at Yang Kai with a smile, his eyes filled with a playful light. Perhaps our president will live there and treat it as his own territory. Since I dared to ask Great Senior to help guard it, naturally I am confident I can take back the Nine Peaks when I return. Yang Kai said confidently. Moreover, having a good relationship with the Holy Land is also good for you. In the future, you can exchange what you want like before. I want to see how you plan to take back the Nine Peaks from me when the time comes. The Great Senior grinned wickedly. When the time comes, if you are still not qualified to obtain my approval, not to mention the Nine Peaks, I'll take your life. So, Great Senior, agree? Yang Kai asked. Great. The monster race Great Senior nodded lightly. Yang Kai's offer of all kinds of benefits was tantamount to giving them for free, so how could the Great Senior not agree? Although there was a certain amount of danger in entering the human territory, Nine Heaven's Holy Land was located at the edge of the human territory, and with a master like Yang Kai presiding over it, no one would try to encircle them. So all they needed to do was develop steadily in the Nine Peaks. In his opinion, if Yang Kai wanted to take back the Nine Peaks, he would at least need to have strength equal to his. That would be many years in the future. Perhaps it would be several hundred years. Yang Kai's arrogant claim that he would be able to stand on equal footing with him in 20 to 30 years was not something the Great Senior would believe. In a few hundred years, his clansmen could obtain unimaginable strength, and the crystal stones and ores in the Nine Peaks could be completely mined. He could even have the alchemists and artifact refiners of Nine Heaven's Holy Land teach his clansmen alchemy and artifact refining, eliminating the need to rely on outsiders in the future. All kinds of wonderful ideas flashed through Great Senior's mind, making him feel that this deal was not a loss at all. Of course, if they wanted to enter the Nine Peaks, they would first have to help Nine Heaven's Holy Land expel their enemies. Great Senior was well aware of this. At that moment, Kai Dai, who had been waiting outside, suddenly walked in with a dignified expression, not even sparing a glance at Yang Kai as she quickly said, Great Senior, there's been an accident at the beast transformation pond. Great Senior's expression sank as he immediately stood up and hurried outside, Kai-Dai following closely behind. All of them seemed to have forgotten about Yongkai all of a sudden. A short time later, Yongkai heard the sound of people rushing up from the ancient trees as the monster race masters began to descend. Yongkai waited for a moment with a strange expression before also standing up and flying down in the direction these masters had left. He had always been curious about the unique beast transformation pond of the monster race, wondering what kind of mysterious power it contained that allowed the monster beast to take human form. Although rashly approaching the monster race's core would likely provoke the displeasure of the monster race masters, Yongkai still decided to take a look. Such an opportunity to broaden one's horizons was rare. The beast transformation pond was not very far from the Thunder Tree Palace, only a dozen or so kilometers away. Inside the mountain valley, a shocking energy fluctuation was being emitted. Gazing around, Yongkai could even see a series of constantly changing colors in the sky. Bursts of painful beast roars could be heard coming from that direction, causing one's blood to boil and their chests to tighten. When Yongkai arrived at the beast transformation pond, there were already countless monster beast and monster race masters gathered around it. Each of them had a worried look in their eyes as they stared towards the mountain valley, secretly sweating nervously. Even though Yongkai had arrived, no one paid any attention to him. Standing among the crowd of beasts, Yongkai glanced over and suddenly his eyes lit up. Somewhere in the mountain valley, there was a deep pit about 300 meters in diameter. This deep pit was filled with an unknown liquid, and a variety of mysterious energies were being emitted from it. This should be the monster race's beast transformation pond. At this moment, inside the beast transformation pond, there was a snow-white, two-horned monster beast soaking inside. The energy flowing from the liquid was shuttling back and forth inside this monster beast's body, transforming its bones and flesh. Yongkai didn't know what kind of changes were occurring, but this monster beast was suffering unbearably. Beside the beast transformation pond, the monster race Great Senior stood there, his monster chi rolling out in all directions, seemingly trying to help the monster beast transform. Unfortunately, it had little effect. With the beast transformation pond as the center, the ground around it flashed with bright energy from time to time, like the lines of some kind of profound spirit array. Yongkai's brow furrowed, a little confused. He had heard that the monster race didn't understand spirit arrays, so how had the spirit array around the beast transformation pond been arranged? Moreover, looking at the methods of this Great Senior, it was obvious he didn't know anything about spirit arrays either. As his monster chi flowed out, it was incompatible with the flashing energy lines, so even if his cultivation was profound, he couldn't help much. Hey, why are you here? Yongkai was watching intently when a petite figure suddenly flashed beside him and a fresh fragrance wafted out. Yongkai turned his head and found that there was a young monster race master standing next to him. It was the cat-eared girl who had watched his battle with Kuang Shi. At this moment, she was staring at Yongkai with a pair of quite interested eyes, her pair of light blue gem-like eyes filled with curiosity, her mouth curling into a smile, her small canine teeth extremely unique. Hello. Yongkai cupped his fists towards her and explained with a smile. I heard there was some movement here, so I came to see what was going on. You're quite bold, daring to come here. Be careful they don't tear you to pieces. The cat-eared girl gestured for a while, as if she really could tear Yongkai to pieces. They won't, right? Yongkai heard this and his face went black. Hee hee. The cat-eared girl suddenly giggled like a silver bell as she looked at Yongkai playfully. You're scared? Are you playing with me? Yongkai immediately understood that he had been tricked by this little girl and curled his lips. What's going on here? Yongkai's question seemed to touch on the cat-eared girl's sore spot, and the smile on her face quickly disappeared as she sighed. Poor white jade deer. Something went wrong while he was transforming. He's probably going to fail. What went wrong? I don't know. When I was transforming, there was also a problem. At that time, it was thanks to Great Senior's help, otherwise, I would have failed. Are the consequences serious? Why do I see such worried looks on your faces? Of course it's serious. The cat-eared girl nodded repeatedly. It's not that he didn't have enough perception, but that he failed because of the beast transformation pond. If he didn't try hard enough and succeed, he would just maintain his original appearance, but if he failed like this, he may not even be able to keep his life. Because of the beast transformation pond? This situation has happened several times. Those guys have all died. The cat-eared girl looked sad. Hateful guy, why are you here? At that moment, a tender voice suddenly called out, and the monster race master named Kai-Dai quickly arrived in front of Yang Kai and the cat-eared girl, shielding the latter behind her as she stared at Yang Kai vigilantly. Who allowed you to come here? Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. I just came here to take a look. Cat lady, did he do anything to you? Kai-Dai stared at Yang Kai coldly while asking the cat-eared girl behind her. No, he just wanted to talk to me, the cat-eared girl replied quickly. Be careful of this human. Maybe he'll do something bad to you. What kind of things? The cat-eared girl asked curiously, looking extremely innocent. Kai-Dai's pretty face blushed slightly as she said, catch you and beat you up, then starve you to death. The cat-eared girl suddenly panicked, shooting a look of dread towards Yang Kai, as if for her, this was the most severe torture in the world. Hey, don't slander me like this, Yang Kai smiled bitterly. Do I look like that kind of person? You know best in your heart whether you do or not. Kai-Dai sneered. Because of Great Senior's order, I didn't do anything to you. You'd better be sensible otherwise. I don't mind making you behave. Yang Kai said in a depressed tone. All right, I'll go back to Thunder Tree Palace first and wait for your Great Senior to come back. Then we can discuss what we didn't finish before. Saying so, he turned around and prepared to leave. He had also seen the beast transformation pond, so if he continued to stay here, he was afraid it would cause displeasure. So Yang Kai decided to withdraw first. Chapter 8:12. Yang Kai was just about to leave when a terrifying energy fluctuation suddenly erupted from the beast transformation pond, accompanied by a loud sizzling sound as the entire beast transformation pond seemed to boil up and bubble up from below. At the same time, the world energy aura in the mountain valley became chaotic and a huge spirit array flashed around the beast transformation pond. Yang Kai's eyes lit up and the step he was about to take immediately came to a halt. Staring towards the location of the beast transformation pond, Yang Kai released his divine sense like a tidal wave and penetrated into the ground. With such a sudden change, Kai-Dai didn't seem to be in the mood to continue entangling with Yang Kai. Together with the cat-eared girl, the two of them stared at the beast transformation pond and the white jade deer struggling and howling in pain, a look of deep worry appearing on their faces. Standing beside the beast transformation pond, the monster race Great Senior's expression became even more dignified as the monster chi gushing out of his body became more and more violent, spreading around the beast transformation pond, but as always, it had little effect. Even someone as strong as the Great Senior couldn't suppress the violent energy in the beast transformation pond. The white jade deer soaking in the pool wanted to jump out, but it seemed to be grabbed by a pair of invisible hands, unable to escape at all. A series of urgent howls came from its mouth as it stared at the great sage with a pleading look in its eyes, unwilling to part with its life. All of the demon race who saw this scene couldn't help but feel a sense of sadness. The atmosphere suddenly became heavy. It was visible to the naked eye that a mysterious force was rampaging through the white jade deer's body, as if countless insects were shuttling through its flesh and blood. From time to time, a large bump would appear on its body, making it look terrifying. Bright red blood flowed out of the white jade deer's 7 orifices as it seemed this 7th-order monster beast, who had reached the qualifications to take human form, was about to explode and die. The monster chi released by the Great Senior also slowed down a lot as he stared at the white jade deer with a complicated expression, a look of helplessness appearing on his face. Everyone realized that this monster race clansman was about to die, so they all stood in place and silently mourned, many of the monster race masters even shedding tears. Elder Sister Kai-Dai, can you find a way to save it? The cat-eared girl sobbed as she begged Kai-Dai. Kai-Dai smiled bitterly, stroking her head, helplessly shaking her head. Even the Great Senior couldn't do anything about it, so what could she do? Can you let me try? Maybe I can save its life. Yang Kai, who had been secretly observing the beast transformation pond, suddenly said. Kai-Dai was startled, looking at him suspiciously. A trace of anger appeared on her charming face. Relying on a human like you? Yang Kai stared back at her fearlessly. His eyes were burning. Kai-Dai frowned. She didn't know where this human's confidence came from. She disdainfully said, "What ability do you have to save it? Brat, don't think that just because the great senior agreed to some of your conditions, you can do whatever you want. This is the territory of demons, not you humans. If you make me unhappy, I can kill you at any time. If you have the time to talk to me about this, you might as well ask the great senior and see what he thinks." Yang Kai coldly snorted. This Kai-Dai had displayed a look of disgust ever since she saw him, which made Yang Kai feel very puzzled, wondering just when he had offended her. "Maybe I can save it. Maybe it will still die. But if you keep talking nonsense, your clansmen will definitely die. We humans have a saying called treating a dead horse as a living horse. I don't know if you've ever heard of it." Kai-Dai's pretty face went cold and was about to say something when the cat-eared girl hurriedly nodded. "I'll go ask the great senior." Saying so, her petite body nimbly leapt forward a few times and arrived at the edge of the beast transformation pond, quickly speaking to the great senior. Kai-Dai frowned as she stared at the great senior before coldly glaring at Yang Kai and muttering, "What the hell are you planning? Could it be you want to destroy the foundation of my monster race and destroy the beast transformation pond?" Yang Kai chuckled. "Why are you so suspicious? On top of that, I feel like you're quite repulsed by humans. Is it because someone has done something to you before?" As soon as these words came out, Kai-Dai's beautiful eyes suddenly flashed with a cold, murderous intent. It seemed that Yang Kai's words had triggered some painful memories she had hidden in her heart and was unwilling to recall, causing her pretty face to distort. Not waiting for her to become angry, Yang Kai said, "I'm not interested in your monster race's beast transformation pond. You can rest assured about that. What I'm interested in is what's hidden beneath your beast transformation pond." "What's hidden beneath?" Kai-Dai's brow furrowed, but before she had time to ask more questions, the cat-eared girl rushed back and pulled Yang Kai towards the beast transformation pond, anxiously shouting, "Great Senior wants you to come with him." Yang Kai nodded lightly and under Kai-Dai's vigilant gaze, followed by the cat-eared girl to the beast transformation pond. "I'd like to see what you're up to." Kai-Dai coldly snorted and hurriedly followed. A group of monster race masters saw this scene and couldn't help showing curious looks, wondering why the great senior wanted this human to approach the beast transformation pond at such a critical juncture. A moment later, Yang Kai arrived at the edge of the beast transformation pond. Feeling it up close, he could more and more understand how terrifying the energy inside was. "Cat Nyang said you have a way?" The great senior stared at Yang Kai with a pair of dignified eyes and asked. "I can try." Yang Kai nodded lightly, not boasting too much. "Just try?" The great senior frowned, obviously a little displeased. "In any case, it's going to die anyway, isn't it? If I try, it may be able to turn the situation around." Yang Kai smiled lightly. The great senior pondered for a moment before decisively saying, "Good, you do it. But whether it succeeds or not, you'll have to give me a reasonable explanation after this." "I will." Yang Kai nodded. Yang Kai nodded. Since he had chosen to take action, he was mentally prepared to be questioned by the great senior. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Kai closed his eyes and spread out his divine sense madly like a tidal wave. Feeling the power contained in his divine sense, all the monster race masters present paled. Even the great senior couldn't help muttering, "Conflagrated knowledge, see?" Kai-Dai, who was walking over, also came to a stop, her beautiful eyes trembling slightly. Yang Kai's divine sense burst out to the fullest, no longer able to conceal his divine sense cultivation. His spiritual energy was comparable to that of a first-order saint, and it was a special kind of spiritual energy. Like Mercury, Yang Kai's divine sense penetrated into the ground, penetrating every nook and cranny. No one knew what Yang Kai was doing. All they could feel was his divine sense shuttling back and forth in a fairly regular pattern. With the beast transformation pond as its center, from time to time, bright energy lines would flash across the ground. The white jade deer was still in the same state as before, howling miserably in pain. Its flesh and blood squirmed irregularly, and cracking sounds came from its bones. The mysterious power surging in its body was gradually causing it to step into the misfortune of being smashed into pieces. The pair of deer's eyes were filled with beads of blood, which continued to roll down its face, a terrifying sight to behold. But it still stared at Yang Kai with a strange look in its eyes, as if it was looking at its last life-saving straw, full of anxious expectation and pleading. Yang Kai remained unmoved, his divine sense surging faster and faster. Gradually, all the monster race masters felt that the chaotic energy in the beast transformation pond seemed to be stabilizing, as if it was being smoothed out by a giant, invisible hand. Everyone's eyes lit up, even Kai Dai, who was still prejudiced against Yang Kai, couldn't help showing a look of concern and expectation, because he had done something even the great senior had failed to do. "Come on." Maonyang cheered for the white jade deer while paying close attention to Yang Kai, feeling extremely nervous. As soon as a good sign appeared, it became more and more uncontrollable. As time passed, the number of bubbles rising from the beast transformation pond gradually decreased, and the chaotic energy slowly stabilized. The white jade deer, who was soaking in the pond water, no longer seemed to be in pain and instead showed a look of enjoyment. Did he really do it? Kai Dai stared at the scene in front of her in disbelief, somewhat absent-minded. The surrounding monster race masters were all dumbfounded, holding their breaths as they watched, but even more so, they were filled with excitement and joy. They were happy that the white jade deer had escaped death. After half an hour, everything became calm again. 2 hours later, the white jade deer that was soaking in the pond suddenly showed signs of its flesh wriggling and its bones cracking. It seemed to be enduring some kind of inhumane torture as it let out a series of hurried howls of agony. However, the monster race masters who saw this scene not only didn't show the slightest worry, but instead showed looks of pleasant surprise, because they knew that the white jade deer was about to transform. Sure enough, as its flesh wriggled and its bones cracked, the white jade deer's beast form gradually began to transform into a human form. Yang Kai also opened his eyes and took in this magical scene, marveling in amazement. The transformation process lasted for a long time. When a naked young man with a pair of antlers on his forehead appeared in the beast transformation pond, all the monster race masters couldn't help bursting into cheers. The great senior standing at the edge of the beast transformation pond stretched out his hand and wrapped the young man in a robe he had prepared, pulling him out of the beast transformation pond. The young man fell to his knees, his whole body trembling violently as he gasped for breath. After a while, he staggered up and turned his head to look around at the world around him, like a newborn baby, his bright eyes filled with curiosity. "There's one more, hee." Maonyang rushed up and patted the young man's head, a look of joy on her face. "Good." The young man turned his head and glanced at Yang Kai, opening his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but no words came out, his immature face filled with gratitude. "Don't worry," Maonyang comforted softly. "Wait a few days until you recover. Elder sister will teach you how to speak." The young man gently nodded, appearing quite obedient. "Kai Dai, take him back to rest," the great senior ordered. Kai Dai gently nodded, shooting a complicated look towards Yang Kai before leading the young man in the direction of Thunder Tree Palace with Maonyang. Chapter 8:13. At the edge of the beast transformation pond, the great senior stared deeply at Yang Kai, his expression indifferent as he said, "Recover for a while. We'll talk later." Yang Kai smiled and nodded before sitting down cross-legged. In front of the great senior, Yang Kai's divine sense continued to penetrate into the beast transformation pond, seemingly trying to comprehend something. The great senior noticed this but did not stop him, instead just waving his hand and ordering his clansmen who had gathered around to watch the fun to disperse. Looking at Yang Kai meditating with his eyes closed, the great senior's mouth curled slightly, feeling that he might be able to figure out some of the secrets he had been trying to figure out for years. And this secret had actually been discovered by a human. Even if he was unwilling, there was nothing he could do. This little brat. The great senior shook his head and smiled bitterly. It seems that he had underestimated his ability. On top of that, he also possessed a conflagrated knowledge. See, this secret was simply too shocking. Yang Kai sat there for a day and a night, recovering while exploring the mysteries of the beast transformation pond. The great senior became impatient and had long since returned to Thunder Tree Palace. When young Kai opened his eyes again, only Kai-Dai was left at the edge of the beast transformation pond. This monster race beauty with a pair of 7-colored wings was looking at young Kai with a pair of curious eyes. When their 4 eyes met, Kai-Dai's expression suddenly became a little unnatural, and she quickly looked away. Kai-Dai, master. Young Kai nodded to her and stood up. Have you recovered? Kai-Dai asked faintly. Young Kai nodded, not knowing if it was an illusion or not. But he felt that this woman's hostility towards him seemed to have lessened a lot. Since you've recovered, come with me. The great senior has been waiting for you, Kai-Dai said, flapping her wings and leading the way. Young Kai hurriedly followed. None of them spoke along the way, but when they arrived at the Thunder Tree Palace, the monster beast and monster race masters all stood up, all of them looking at young Kai with a kind expression, none of them showing the rejection they had when young Kai first arrived here. It seemed that because young Kai had saved the white jade deer, he had won their collective goodwill. The monster race really is united. Young Kai praised inwardly. This kind of situation would likely never occur in any of the human race's great forces. At most, young Kai would only gain the goodwill of a select few, but here in the monster race, no one dared to despise young Kai anymore, all of them treating him as the most honorable guest they had ever seen. Arriving at the top of the Thunder Tree Palace, in front of the great senior's room, Kai-Dai stopped. Go in. Thank you very much. Young Kai smiled and walked into the house. Hey! Kai-Dai suddenly shouted. What? Young Kai turned his head to look at her, and was surprised to find that her expression was somewhat difficult. Her pink lips wriggled a few times before she mumbled, Thank you. After saying that, he flew down quickly and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Young Kai laughed involuntarily, shaking his head as he walked into the great senior's room. Inside, the great senior looked at young Kai with a smile and said kindly, Sit down. Saying so, he glanced towards the door and said, You are the first human to have obtained Kai-Dai's approval. Even when your holy land's old holy master came here many times, she never gave him a good look. Oh? Then I'm really honored. Young Kai raised his brow. The great senior smiled and shook his head, but don't blame her for being prejudiced against you. There is a reason for this. Saying so, he handed over a jar of wine. Let's drink and talk. This wine was also brought here by your old holy master. Our monster race isn't good at these things. Young Kai took a sip and frowned. I have something better. Do you want to try? Give it to me, the great senior said without any trace of politeness. Young Kai chuckled, took out a jar of wine from the black book space, and filled the great senior's cup. The great senior frowned and curled his lips. You little brat, I originally thought you were somewhat pleasing to the eye. How can you be so stingy now? Your old holy master brought hundreds and thousands of jars of wine here. This king also drank them all. What do you mean by pouring me this small cup? Young Kai's face went black. This wine. I only have half a jar left. How can I drink it so freely? The great senior snorted and curled his lips, a look of dissatisfaction appearing on his face as he picked up the cup in front of him and drank it in one gulp. Suddenly, the great senior's expression changed, his brow furrowing slightly as a look of reminiscence appeared on his face, all of his dissatisfaction disappearing. After a while, he smacked his lips and said, Good wine. This is much better than the wine your old holy master brought. Come here, fill this cup again. Saying so, he handed the cup back to Young Kai and urged him to drink. Young Kai generously filled his cup, and the great senior drank it all in one gulp. After drinking 3 cups in a row, the great senior burped in satisfaction. Was this wine made by you? The great senior asked. Young Kai shook his head. It was brewed by one of my martial uncles. Great senior, you should try it. Don't expect too much. This thing takes at least 50 years to brew. 50 years. The great senior secretly clicked his tongue and shook his head. Your martial uncles are really interesting. Spending 50 years just to brew this jar of wine? But it's worth it. This wine isn't simple. Young Kai smiled lightly and took a sip. His cultivation and strength were not as good as the great senior's, so he couldn't drink as fiercely as he did. The energy contained in the 1,000 safflower wine brewed by Feiyu Martial Ant couldn't be underestimated. If one drank too much of it, they would become drunk. Great Senior just mentioned Kai Dai's master. What's wrong with her? Yang Kai asked curiously. Oh, her. The Great Senior thought for a moment before replying. Before she transformed, she was caught by a human. Because her true form is that of a rainbow illusionary butterfly, she is naturally rare and beautiful, so that human kept her as a pet. Although she wasn't abused, she saw a lot of things that she hated. The person who caught her wasn't a good person, so she has never had a good impression of humans. So it was like that. Yang Kai finally understood why Kai Dai hated him so much. It's all in the past, the Great Senior laughed. Great Senior chuckled. Many years ago, when this king went out to play, I saw her and saved her. Then there's no need to mention it. The Great Senior nodded lightly and no longer said anything. The atmosphere in the room suddenly fell silent. The Great Senior stared deeply at Yang Kai for a while before saying, about what happened before. Are you ready to explain it to me? What does Great Senior want to know? What do you know? The Great Senior didn't answer directly. Yang Kai frowned. I know the general idea. How do you know? Even I haven't been able to understand the mysteries below the beast transformation pond. The Great Senior's expression suddenly became solemn. Because it is a natural spirit array. Great Senior isn't proficient in spirit arrays, right? Yang Kai chuckled. Presumably, Great Senior has also investigated. There is an earth vein at the bottom of this mountain valley that stretches through the ground. A huge amount of energy flows through this earth vein, and the beast transformation pond is the external manifestation of this earth vein. However, the beast transformation pond seems to contain another mysterious power that I haven't figured out yet, but it seems to be able to help your monster race achieve human form. Explain it in detail. The Great Senior quickly said. I won't hide it from Great Senior. I am actually an alchemist. The natural spiritual array below is somewhat similar to the spiritual array I use to refine pills. However, that spiritual array is formed by the convergence of countless small spiritual arrays. It is extremely profound and complex. When you monster race achieve human form, it is basically equivalent to an alchemist performing alchemy. What is the relationship between the two? The Great Senior was confused. The beast transformation pond is the furnace, the earth vein is the spirit array, and the pond water is the medicinal catalyst. You can use the monster race as alchemy pills. When performing alchemy, a variety of herbs are gathered together to produce some magical and subtle changes, allowing the medicinal liquids to condense into pills. This is also the case when you achieve human form. When you enter the beast transformation pond, you will be in your beast form, but when certain conditions are met, your flesh and blood will change, and you will be in your human form when you come out. The Great Senior frowned as he muttered to himself, seemingly carefully digesting what Yang Kai had just said. Although his strength was exquisite and his cultivation was profound, when faced with the alchemy territory, he was still somewhat at a loss. After a long time, the Great Senior helplessly said, I only understand half of what you said. It's not easy to explain. If Great Senior is willing to learn alchemy, it shouldn't take him more than 8 or 10 years to fully understand. Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. However, Great Senior's monster chi isn't suitable for alchemy. I don't need to understand alchemy. I just need to understand how the spirit array below the beast transformation pond works. If I'm not mistaken, the reason my clansmen often experience accidents when they achieve human form is because the natural spirit array is damaged, right? I was able to repair it, so I was able to save that white jade deer. Yang Kai nodded, hesitating for a moment before saying, after the crisis of my 9 heavens holy land is resolved, how about I teach Great Senior the relevant spirit array? What condition? The Great Senior narrowed his eyes at Yang Kai, somewhat vigilant. For any alchemist or artifact refiner, the spirit array they master is a core secret and will not be easily divulged. Doing so will cause me great losses. How does Great Senior intend to compensate me? The Great Senior glared at Yang Kai angrily for a moment before cursing, hateful. As long as you can teach me that spirit array, My monster race will owe you a favor. If you ever need anything in the future, just come find me. Great Senior is quite straightforward. It seems we've become friends. Yonkai smiled. You're much more difficult to deal with than your old holy master, the Great Senior snorted. The Great Senior snorted, but soon laughed again and raised his glass. Forget it. It's very difficult for you humans to produce one or two outstanding people. This king is counting on you to be on equal footing with me in 20 to 30 years, so there's no harm in owing you a favor. You can use this favor as a condition to ask me to help your Holy Land resolve this crisis. No, to solve the Holy Land's crisis, we'll follow our previous agreement. I'll keep this favor, but I can't use it now. Do as you wish. The Great Senior's mouth twitched, no longer saying anything. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.